Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Here Kitty Kitty by Elizabeth Knox, narrated by Gillian Macy and Aidan Snow. Prologue. Everybody has a chapter that they don't read out loud. At Just Life Quotes. Cat. I've been a prisoner for as long as I can remember. At this point, I can't remember the exact age I was taken from my normal day-to-day life. It was my birthday, so my friend Ashley and I went to the movies. It was normal. Everything about that day was normal, up until the point that it wasn't. Rage was a stranger, until he made sure that I became very familiar with him. He was kind. A twisted kind of nice at best. It was terrifying, but the moment he found out that I wasn't his daughter, he changed. He'd taken me because he believed I was his daughter. Anyone that looked at me would see my father Tex. I had his eyes. I had his jawline. The only part of me that even reflects my mom is my dark locks. I think that Rage believed my mother took something from him, when in reality, the only one who had done the taking was my father. He stole my mother from Rage. Or at least, that's what I've been told. Now, it's been years, and I am a prisoner for my parents' actions. I'm done thinking that they'll swoop in and save me from my fate. There is no happy ending left for me. The only thing left is the darkness, and I'm oh so close to it. Chapter 1. You don't know me. You only know what I allow you to know. Curiano.com. Cat. Smoke fills the clubhouse. The mixture of cigarette, cigars, and vape smoke floats through every room. Hardly any door is ever shut anymore. Privacy is a thing of the past. The men here prefer to be able to see everything, especially if they're looking to track their bitches down. In most cases, that's just it. Kitty, where have you scurried off to? I hear his voice before I see him. Like the shadow of death, he is constantly surrounding me. In a sense, maybe that's what he is. The scars on my body prove just that, don't they? Rage hasn't left every scar on my body. I am guilty for causing most of them. Slicing my skin is a way for me to cope with what I am, how I'm treated, and what I've become. Once, a long time ago, I wasn't even a fraction of the fragile girl I am today. I may have aged, and years may have passed, but oh, how I was once strong and resilient. Now, I am nothing but silent and obeying. If I cared enough, I'd laugh. Who knows? Maybe I'd even hate the girl I am. Now, though, I can't even give a damn. I give 0 fucks. I turn around slowly and face him, keeping my face as stoic as possible. After doing this for so long, I've learned quite a bit. If you think I'm maintaining my silence as a way to survive, you're dead fucking wrong. I'm being quiet for one reason, because I don't give a damn. My life is worthless. I am nothing more than an object to him, a means to a grueling end. I just wonder when that will happen. Will he even let me die in peace? Or will he fight to bring me back, just to make me suffer even more? I ask the question, and yet I already know the answer. There is nothing merciful about Rage. The only way I will be able to meet my maker is to plan accordingly. I will find a time where I'll be alone. It doesn't happen too often, but immediately I think of tomorrow night. He's already told me how my presence isn't welcome in his meeting. In most cases, he wants me kneeling next to him with my collar around my neck. He holds the leash and shows everyone his perfect kitty. I don't know how I'll do it just yet, but the fact that everyone will be there with him gives me enough confidence to do it. No one will be watching, and not a damn person will try to save me. That I can guarantee. Everyone in this club is the same. Calling them monsters would be a compliment. Savage wouldn't even cut it. I suppose there is no true word on which I can call the members of the Demons of Hell MC. Come here, kitty kitty. I listened to Rage's demand, walking over to him like the obedient pet that I am. He's aged so much in the years I've been here. His hair turning from gray to an ice snow white, wrinkles appearing all over his face, almost as if every day there is a new line that I haven't noticed before. Emotionless, unbothered, I act like a hollow void, because at the end of the day, I am only a shell of the person that I used to be. He taps on my cheek, and I open up, all the while knowing he's bound to put some drug in my mouth. If anything can help me feel nothing, I will gladly accept the peace that it gives me. He sets the small circular pill on my tongue. I close my mouth, swallow, and wait for it to take effect. The most ironic part about this is that Rage knows I will do anything he asks. There will absolutely be no arguments that pass through my lips, no fighting, not even an eye roll or a huff. No matter how long I've been here, I have never been able to get into his head, to figure out just how his mind works. Kitten. I glance over and see Trigger, who greets me softly, eyes lingering for a moment too long. Rage watches his gaze, and just like that, Trigger begins speaking to Rage about club politics, all while not wavering his eyes from my body. What no one should dare forget is this. I belong to Rage. I am forever his for as long as he chooses to keep me. No one touches me, fucks me, or dares to even look at me. If they do, they'll live to regret it for the rest of their days. It looks like Trigger didn't catch the memo, or maybe he just doesn't care. Regardless, it will get him killed. I tune out almost everything. Whatever Rage gave me quickly takes effect. Suddenly, I'm so much more relaxed than I've been in such a long time. He's given me a lot of drugs, but this has to be one of my favorites. We've had a lot of interest in the community for new prospects. Are we opening the floodgates and letting a few boys in? I can smell the hookah right next to the bar, the hints of chocolate and mint floating through the air. You would think the mixture of the different types of smoke would stink, but they don't. They mold together like a fine chocolate, layer after layer, offering something more interesting than the next. Then again, maybe that's the drugs talking. It's right here in this moment that I know what Rage gave me. Ecstasy. He has me testing the product. Bastard. I glance around the room, trying to figure out who the courier is, who gave him this shit. I know for a fact he isn't buying from the cartel. He and Ramirez have been fighting for ages, apparently, sworn enemies of each other. I act like I don't hear diddly squat, but I do. I listen, because information will help me in so many ways. If I was smarter, I might use information to help me get out of here. Hell, Maybe I'd have used my body at this point with one of the boys, and we could have plotted my escape. I'm not some bitch from a fairy tale, though. There is no escape. There is only one thing: death. I plan on meeting the Grim Reaper as soon as I can. After all, being a Reaper is in my blood.
Chapter 2. There is no such thing as failure. There are only results. Tony Robbins. Damon. Somehow I managed to make it back to my room without picking her up over my shoulder and slamming her down onto the bed below me. Every fucking day that passes is a test. She tests my limits constantly, and tonight, rage saw me staring. I fucked up, but that goes unsaid. She is a fucking vision, the golden goose. Rage knows what he has, even if he doesn't truly understand it yet. I've been here for a while, and from the first day I noticed her. I don't know her entire story, only that she had been with Rage for years before I showed up. Not sure how long, and I bet if I asked, she wouldn't have the slightest clue either. I have information on her, information that makes Kitten valuable beyond belief. I take off my coat, setting it down on my bedside table. Next comes my shirt and jeans, and after I'm stripped bare, I slide into my bed and stare up at the ceiling above me. Years. I have been here for fucking years and have come up with next to nothing. A Trojan horse from my father, Roman Reigns, a.k.a. the half-brother of Rafael and Alejandro Ramirez. Our ties with the cartel are strong, as they should be. After all, what is life without your familia? I'm reminded of that constantly. We make sacrifices for the family comes first. After all, I should understand that more than anyone. Are my brothers and sisters asked to do my father's dirty work? No. It's just me. The eldest, the one who holds the most responsibility. We aren't Ramirez's. My father tells us that all the time. We are Reigns. I have a hard time understanding why he works for his brothers, how his MC somehow turned into this, into me working undercover and finding out where the enemy is purchasing their product. He wouldn't have trusted anyone else with it, so he sent me. When he sent me, I practically came in blind, knowing almost nothing. It wasn't until I was over a year in that I knew Rage and my father had a past. A night of hard drinking caused Rage to get sloppy. He spat out information from years ago that my father didn't fill me in on. It didn't take me long to put together that my father left with more than half of the brothers that were the demons of hell. It's when he founded the Brotherhood, the MC I grew up in. The moment I discovered that, I knew this wasn't business. This was personal. It was exactly the reason my father didn't send anyone else to do this job. He wanted to make sure it was done right and followed through. When I was done here, I would ruin them, and he knew that. I'm like my father in a lot of ways. Rage won't know what hit him. I lay here waiting for the Sandman to take me. This happens every night, where I lay in bed and stare at the ceiling. My mind constantly running, not allowing me to rest. All I can think about is how there is so much more to do. The only thing I want to do is finish this. I need to get to work. Tomorrow, though. Only so much can be done in one day.
Papa is going to be furious when he finds out you came here today. Someone could have followed you. You know that, don't you? How could you be so careless, How could you?
I watch my sister Amara closely. She looks just like our mother, fair skin, long auburn hair, and somehow her personality is all our father, reacting first and using her brain second. She's right. I probably shouldn't have come here, and yeah, someone could have followed me, But what my sister forgets is that I'm careful. I'm not a rookie. I know what I'm fucking doing. I needed to get out of there. You don't understand how it is. I needed to get away from her. That's what I should have said. But then my sister would know there was a problem. We're Rains. We don't deal with problems.
No, you're right. I wouldn't understand because Papa doesn't give me nearly as many opportunities as you. He chose you to do this. He fucking chooses you for everything. There are more of us, you know, not just you, Damon, on your high and mighty horse.
I scoff. There's nothing high and mighty about the pedestal my father puts me on. I would give anything for him to give Amara, Rose, Ashton, or Lion the attention he gives me. There are 5 of us, and he acts like I'm the only one here. Do you think I asked for this shit? I snap at her, waiting for her response. I lift myself off of the couch in her apartment, walking past her coffee table and pacing next to her island. I didn't fucking ask for any of this. He put me there. He told me to go, so I went.
Oh, what a good little soldier you are. Should I give you a round of applause?
She grumbles, clapping her hands together. Stop being such a fucking bitch, eh? At this point, I'm yelling. She knows every exact way to piss me off. Sometimes I wonder if she does it on purpose. You're just pissed because he doesn't choose you for anything. You want to know why? It's because you fail him every single time. Amara's face goes white. Fuck. I shouldn't have said that. Shit.
You are just like him, you know? You want to say that you aren't, constantly fighting it, but at the end of the day, when you're not getting your way, you are just like him. You hurt people, using their feelings against them. All you are is Roman 2.0. How do you like hearing that, dear brother? Does the truth sting?
I am nothing like him, I firmly tell her.
You are exactly like him. Don't kid yourself.
She walks past me into the kitchen and grabs a bottle of tequila from the countertop, pouring herself a shot and handing me another. I'm not like him, I hiss, taking the shot back, the alcohol stinging my throat as it goes down.
You're infiltrating a club for your own personal gain. You're exactly like him.
Excuse me?
I said...
I cut her off immediately. I'm not in this fucking club for any other reason than to give Dad what he wants. He wants to know who the demons are buying their drugs from. It's not the cartel, and I'm so fucking close to finding out where and who is supplying them. The demons are expanding where they're dealing, which poses a threat to all of us. If our uncles suffer, we suffer. Or do you not remember that? Oh, and let me enlighten you a little bit. Dad didn't exactly give me all the fucking information when he sent me there. He left out big pieces of information, baby sister. Amara watches me. I know what she's thinking. She thinks I'm fucking with her, that I pulled a lie out of my ass and am feeding her with it. Our father has always made it a habit to show us the importance of our name, emphasizing we have the Ramirez blood flowing through our veins. Our loyalties will always lay within the familia. I might be in the club because Rage is fucking with cartel business, but let's not be naive. I'm here to finish my father's war. Have you ever wondered how Mom got that scar, just below her chin, the one that crosses down her neck into her shoulder? I wait, and when Amara doesn't speak, I continue. Rage held a knife to her throat and did that. He was trying to kill her. She was pregnant with you when that happened. And you want to know how I know? Because Rage fucking told me. He told me so much about our father, how Dad left and started the Brotherhood. We haven't even hit the tip of the iceberg. I'm just wondering what else Dad hasn't told us.
Papa is going to right the wrongs that were done to us, to our family, and to every brother that was fucked with by Rage and his insane schemes. He's a sociopath who still has one of the largest clubs in America. You know what Papa is doing, right? We're not just squashing Rage's drug supply or the business threat to the cartel. We're going home, and we're taking back what is rightfully ours. I mean, come on, Day. Who do you think the Prez is going to be after we slaughter them?
I stand there staring at my sister, who has an evil snicker spread across her face, a replica of our father down to his mannerisms. She claims I'm just like him when she hasn't even taken a look in the mirror.
If you think he doesn't share things with me, you're insane. And in case you're wondering, it's you, big dummy. Papa is giving you what's yours. You just have to take it. No distractions. Just get the job done.
No distractions. Yeah, fucking right. I have a pretty big fucking distraction, and her name is Kitten. I'm supposed to be watching her, but not in the way that I am.
Chapter 3. Sleep isn't just sleep anymore. It's an escape. TheGoodVibe.com. Cat. The day passed by much quicker than I anticipated. Rage was busy with club business and shooed me away when the meeting began. I went up the stairs into Rage's room. When I was dismissed, this was where I was to go. Sometimes he would allow me to stay downstairs in the club with the others. But if I'm honest, I really don't care to be around anyone else much. They all knew what I was, and I knew what they were. The point is, they all knew that I was below them, and Rage made damn sure that I knew it as well. Tonight is the night where I won't have to stand by and have to endure another moment of misery. I say I don't care, and I don't. But doesn't one have to care in order to go to the lengths of suicide? I guess so. There are so many ways to kill yourself. I thought of many, of how I could slit my wrists with a razor blade and let myself bleed out in the bathroom. I knew what would happen. I would hurt as the razor dug into my skin, and then I would bleed, and after a certain point, my body would begin to panic, a natural instinct. It would be fear, and that fear would cause me to act irrationally. Maybe I'd even try to get help, but that's not what I want. I don't want help, so I can't go that route. Option after option plays through my head, almost as if I can imagine every scenario. Brutal thoughts invade my mind, but I know those will fail. Unless I have someone else beating me to death, it will be pointless. Finally, it hits my mind. Pills. We always have plenty of pills. I could just slowly drift off to sleep, and I'd never wake up. Never would I have to endure this life ever again. I would just drift into death. Maybe death is where I can find peace. I walk around the room to the corner of his bed and open the bedside table. There's bound to be something in here. I won't say that I know Rage, because the point is that I don't. I only know what he reveals to me. In a sense, the man is as stoic and guarded as I am. The only time he ever slips up is when he's been drinking heavily. The old dog can't hold his liquor like he used to, that's for damn sure. I place my hand on the old worn knob and pull it towards me. As the drawer opens, I can finally take the breath that I was holding in. I see it right there. A tiny Ziploc baggie filled with pills. Just from looking at them, I can tell what they are. Vicodin. Like I said before, I pay attention to what goes on here. I listen. It doesn't matter that I don't use my knowledge to help me get out. I just keep it locked in this noggin of mine. Rage has been using a new drug supplier for years. He buys it from a guy at a discounted price, and then the club sells it on the street for profit. Up until very recently, he'd only been selling heroin, oxy, the small stuff, if that's what I can even call it. He's been trying to implement the use of Vicodin into the community. I guess he wants to test his product for once. Usually I'm his lab rat, taking anything and everything he puts in my fucking mouth. I take a quick glance around the room and spot a beer bottle for my peripheral. Walking over to it, I grab it and shake it slowly from side to side. There's still enough in there to help me get down at least most of the pills. It's not ideal, but it'll work. This is bad. I can't even remember how long I've been here. I know it's been years, but just how long? I stopped keeping track of the days after 2 years went by. After that point, it was pretty much pointless. No one was coming to save me. The only thing I could do was survive. And for what? To become Rage's pet? His toy to show off to everyone that he could? How fucking pathetic. That's how I've come to the point I'm at today, with a beer bottle in one hand and my eyes on a bag of pills. In this very moment, all I can think about is my family. Of what I can remember of them. My mom and dad's. My cousin Ash, who I never really liked all that much. But she was the only girl my age, so we kind of became sisters in a sense. She didn't have any, and I didn't either. With each pill I swallow from that small bag, I try to remember something good of my life before it turned into what it is today. If I am going to meet my Reaper, I am going to do it on my own terms, thinking of everyone that I loved.
Damon. Amara was right. Fuck. She is always right, though. I hate admitting that shit, but I couldn't help it. At the end of the day, the last thing I should have done was go see her today. It was careless and stupid. Ultimately, it could have ruined what I was here to do. Everything that I've worked so hard for could blow up in my fucking face. As I pull back into the gravel lot of the club, I just have to be thankful that it didn't. Rage had a pretty important meeting tonight, one that I wasn't privy to join in on. I thought that the brothers would be here, but from the looks of it, they took their meeting elsewhere. It's just past 10, still very early in the night for most of us. Usually, we're up until well past 2 in the morning, drinking, but tonight, things are quiet. That doesn't settle easily for me. Do they know where I was? "Hey there, Tiger." I hear Verna talk to me the second I open the doors to the club. She's one of the oldest club whores that Rage has. I hear he keeps her around, but I don't know why. She has to be just a few years younger than he is. "Where's everyone at?" I ask her, cutting to the chase. I don't care about her advances or whatever the fuck she wants. She can bother someone else. "They went out, about an hour ago. Kinda shocked Rage didn't give you an invite. Even the little prospects went. You do something to piss him off, kiddo?" Damn, I went from Tiger to kiddo really quick. That's just Verna. She'll use her brain to get whatever she wants, and I just cut the shit, meaning she did too. I can think of one thing I did that might have pissed him off. Kitten. I fucked the shit out of her. How could I not, though? She's a fucking vision, even with Rage giving her drug after drug and the scars that she thinks I didn't notice. I see them. All they do is make her even more beautiful. The woman is flawless. Olive skin, those dark brown locks that look black when the light hits her in just the right way. And don't even get me started on those eyes. She's been through shit, plain as day, I can see it. Everything about the woman is strong. Yet something in those eyes of hers called to me, flashing like a beacon. She wants help, even if she won't verbalize it for me. I see what he does to her. Day after day I have to watch it, and I just can't help it anymore. I don't want to watch it, to see what he does to her. She deserves far better than him. I just hope that she realizes that. "Who doesn't?" I retort back, making my way up the stairwell, down the hallway until I almost reach my room. I say almost because the door to Rage's room is open. Even though I try my hardest not to peek in, there's just this force pulling at me. The next thing I know, I'm in the doorway, watching Kitten's breathing. She's on the bed, arm under her pillow, and shaking. Immediately, I want to drag the blanket on the end of the bed up and over her, so I do, walking in the room, grabbing the quilted blanket and pulling it up over her body. It's just as I reach her shoulders that I see the baggie. It's the same baggie that I gave Rage a few days ago. It had to have had at least 20 to 30 pills in it. I glance around, looking on the floor, looking for anything that could help me determine what I don't want to believe she did. She takes drugs, but she doesn't take that much. She'd know better. With as much as Rage gives her, she'd know better than to. Fuck. She did know better. Fuck. This is not part of the plan. I'm here to work, not save this chick I dig from killing herself. I scoop her up in my arms, blanket in tow, and dart down the stairwell. Verna is waiting at the bottom, arms crossed, looking me up and down with Kitten unconscious in my arms. Well, what do we have here? Looks like you've got something that doesn't belong to you. That's it. I've had enough. There is no more Mr. Nice Guy coming from me. I fucking dare you. Try. You won't even make it far enough to reach the phone, you old bitch. She laughs, cocking her head back. Her being dead will do all of us a favor. You should really just let her die. It's what she wanted, after all. I'm taken aback. How would Verna know what Kitten wants? I'll do a lot of shit. But let's make one thing clear. Letting her die isn't going to be one of them. I walk past her, opening the door to the front of the club. The last thing I hear as I leave is, "Good luck. You're going to need it." Don't I know it? This was never part of the plan. Shit. I put her in the passenger seat of my SUV, buckle her up, and then we're on our way to the hospital. No way in hell am I letting her die. Chapter 4. It will never be perfect. Make it work. Life. Damon. I hate hospitals. For as long as I could remember, I've hated their smell, the sterilized, clean smell of nothingness. It doesn't smell like anything besides one thing: death. If it wasn't for her, you wouldn't catch me dead in a hospital. Whenever I'm sick, I wait it out, or have some underqualified brother patch me up back at the club. Of course, the only time I've ever been in hospitals is when someone was dying. Even as a child, I was never in one. Not even when my mother had my brothers and sisters. I guess in a way, that has to do with why I don't like being here. They make me fucking nervous. Always have and always will. I stand next to Kitten's bedside as the doctor comes in, demanding to know what she took. I know exactly what's going to happen. Shit, we've found our own ways of making sure no one overdoses. What was it? He's privileged. I assume he even thinks we're the lowest of the low. And he's not far from being wrong. Kitten, I speak to her. At this point, she's awake. She begged me not to bring her in when I parked the car out in the lot. She said she was nauseous and tired, two of the exact things that'll happen when you take an opiate. I know what she did, even if she won't admit it. There were so many damn pills in that bag. She can sit here and try to fool me as much as she wants. At the end of the day, we both know what she did. She won't look at me or even the doctor. Vicodin. It was Vicodin, I tell him. And he takes one look at Kitten and leaves the room. I imagine at this point he's thinking of his game plan, how they'll stop the damage from spreading. How long has it been since you've taken them? I ask her, settling myself onto the old chair next to her side. She turns to look at me, rolling her eyes, and takes in a deep breath before she speaks. I don't know. A couple of hours, maybe? A couple of hours. She was lucky I found her when I did.
That it wasn't late the next morning? I saved her life, and she's acting like an ungrateful little bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? Excuse me? She hisses, glaring at me like I'm her worst enemy. I'm honestly surprised at her strength. She's doped the hell up and fighting me like she hasn't just taken all those pills. I asked what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you try to kill yourself? I watch as she takes in a deep breath. As she lets the air pass her lips, she finally answers me. What is the point in living? You have a lot to live for, kitten. You just don't open your fucking eyes and see what's right in front of you. There are endless opportunities to get out of there, you just don't take them. Opportunities with me, that is what I should have said. I would do a lot for this girl. I don't understand it, why I just want to swoop in and save her, but I do. If it came down to it, my job or her life, I know what I'd choose. And it wouldn't be for the benefit of my father or my family. Then where would I go, He found me once. He's bound to find me again and bring me back to this. To all of it. There is no safe place. Don't you understand? I'm trapped here. He took everything. I listen to her closely, finding out more about her in this one conversation than I have the entire time we're here. Rage took her. Her comments raise so many questions in my mind. I may have some, but what I don't have is all of them. I will have my answers. They may not come today, but they will. I can find a place for you, I tell her, now putting myself out there a little more than I should. My family can protect you. My own family couldn't even protect me, Trig. I doubt yours has the capability to do so. Internally, I squirm at her calling me Trig. It's not my name. It's what I told them to call me. Trig is my fucking cover story. I just wish that I could tell her my real name. From the corner of my eye, I can see the doctor heading toward us. He swoops in the room quickly and looks directly at Kitten. I'm pretty sure you can tell that you're not going to die today, and certainly not in my ER. So here's your options. You can either A, drink all of this yourself, or B, I can have your friend help me hold you down and shove a tube down your throat and force it into your stomach. Which is it, Missy? He holds up the cup with the straw, and with another hand raises a tube. Kitten looks over to me. You couldn't just let me die in peace, could you? She'll take the cup. I'll let you know if we need the tube. I tell the doctor, and he hands her the styrofoam cup, and she begins drinking the black liquid through the straw. He's giving her activated charcoal. It helps stop the toxins from harming her body any further. I only know this because my mother works with addicts. She's told me a lot of shit. He nods, watching her for a moment, and then leaves the room quickly. She grumbles something lowly. What was that? I ask her. She takes the straw from her mouth, scowls at me, and speaks. I fucking hate you. You'll get over it. I saved your life, and I'm about to give you one. What in the hell are you even talking about? You said he took you. Well, Kitten, I'm about to take you back to wherever the bastard took you from. You're welcome. I add a smirk on at the end of what I'm telling her. She looks utterly shocked, as if she can't believe what I'm telling her. I watch for a few minutes as she finishes drinking the black liquid. It's then and only then that she speaks. I just wanted to die. That's all I wanted. And you just had to swoop in and save me when I never asked for it. A tear slides from her eye, slowly rolling down her cheek. I wipe it away with my thumb, bringing myself closer to her until our faces are inches away from one another. How in the hell could I just let a precious little thing like you go? You can't. Because I'm still fucking here, asshole. Glad we're on the same page. You'd better rest up. We're not going back to the clubhouse. My plan has gone completely sideways. There isn't even anything left of a plan anymore. She needs me, even if she doesn't admit it.
She fucking needs me. I'll be damned if I'm not here for her. I made a promise to someone, and I don't plan on breaking it.
Chapter 5. Sometimes when I say, I'm okay, I want someone to look me in the eyes, hug me tight, and say, I know you're not. Curiano.com. Cat. I thought he was kidding. It turns out the man is just as much stubborn as he is stupid. He waited until the doctor gave him the all clear that I was good to go. Part of me thought that he was joking, that he wasn't actually going to take me somewhere else. But oh, how I was wrong. He drove us past the clubhouse and out onto the interstate. We headed north, and I knew that Trig didn't know where I was from. How could he? He's going to kill you, I tell him. Not if I kill him first. He says it so calmly, as if nothing else matters. He's not acting like a brother in the club. Instead, he's being nothing but a selfish bastard right now. It was selfish of him to save me, to entrap me in a life that I wanted to be over. It's selfish that I'm in this car with him driving north up into the unknown. You talk a big game. We both know he'll snap you into bits. He's got people everywhere, all over the States. In that empty head of yours, you know that there is nowhere you can hide me. You know, you might be right, but you're forgetting one thing, kitten. Don't call me that, I whisper, glancing out the window and looking onto the flat landscape we're driving through. The farmers have recently cut their crop. Before we know it, they'll be planting seeds and doing it all over again. What should I call you? It takes me a moment, maybe even a shred of time longer, to answer him. In reality, it shouldn't take this long at all. I just haven't said my name out loud for years. Honestly, I'm surprised that I hadn't forgotten it. Catherine. My name is Catherine. Years. So many years have gone by without anyone calling me by that name, by my name. In a sense, I guess I assumed a new identity. But what happens now? I'm obviously not going back to the club, and out of everything that I could have ever anticipated, it was never leaving the club alive. I always assumed I would leave in a body bag. So, I ask again, what happens now? Do I go back to being Catherine? Would I even remember how to be anyone besides Rage's little kitten? I'm not sure, but I guess it's time to find out. Where are we headed? I ask, quickly looking over to him. I'm hoping, maybe even praying, that he won't take me back to Montana. Trig has his poker face on really good right now. His eyes dart in my direction for a split second, and then back to the road in front of us. Home. One word. He says one word, and instantly I have red flags going off inside of me. I don't have a home anymore. Wrong. You had a home before he ripped you from it. That's what you said. He took you. The answer couldn't be clearer. I'm going to take you home, back to where you belong, because I'm pretty damn sure your family misses you as much as you miss them. I don't miss them. It's true, I don't. If I think really hard on it, I haven't missed them in years. Missing them meant being disappointed in the fact that they never came to save me, to pull me from the prison I was condemned to. So, I stopped missing them. I stopped caring. Hell, I stopped thinking about them. That's bullshit, and you know it. You miss them. Damn, I miss my own family, even though all they are is a pain in my ass. Why are you even doing this? I stammer out, refusing to look away from him. I don't have a care in the world about all this other shit. I want to know exactly why he is doing this, helping me, if that's what I want to call it. Does it even matter? The point is that I am, whether you like it or not. Now, are you going to tell me where the hell I'm supposed to be driving? Or are you just going to sit there the entire time and make me guess? If you think I won't drive around all 50 states, you're sadly mistaken. 48, I correct him. What? You said 50. You can't drive through Hawaii or Alaska. You'd have to fly. So it's 48. There's a split second where I flinch, expecting him to reach his hand from the steering wheel and slap the shit out of me. I have to remind myself that I'm not in the car with Rage. I'm with Trig, and those two couldn't be more different. Rage was an enigma. Even after years by his side, I could never quite figure him out. When I was taken, he had assumed I was his flesh and blood, that I was his daughter and my mother was the devil for taking me away from him. Years had gone by until we were in a car accident, and the brutal reality that he knew deep within himself came to life. I wasn't his daughter. That right there was the beginning of my demise, of my hell. Before that day, he was different. In no way, shape, or form was Rage kind to me, but he was not the monstrosity that I came to know so well. There were times in the beginning, right after he discovered I wasn't his daughter, where I was in denial. Everything that was happening, I didn't want to believe that I was enduring it. The first time I was ever slapped, hit, or bitten. Rage did all of those things. He took everything that he could from me because he couldn't take it from my mother. I was paying for not only her mistakes, but her sins. The first time I had sex, it was because Rage allowed one of his brothers to force himself inside of me. That is until Rage slit his throat and he fell to his death. I say fuck, but I mean rape. He enjoyed that and everything else he's ever done to me. Every agonizing second he was snickering. I can almost remember the smell of whiskey on his breath, the awful things he had whispered in my ear. The funny thing about memories is how quickly the happy ones fade, and yet how you can never forget the horrendous ones. No matter how much you try, you will never forget them. Right now, I think, this is the moment where I realize my life of confinement is over. After all, I'm on the interstate with a man who, for some unknown reason, wants to save me. For so long, I've been past the point of being saved. And as I look at the scars on my wrists, slowly going up my arms, I wonder if that's true. How could I be past that point if I've gotten to this one? There has to be a reason for me being in this SUV with Trig. I don't know what it is, but I plan on finding out. I'm not stupid, though. Just because I'm not with Rage right this second doesn't mean that I'm free. I'm just free from his reach for the time being. He's taken me once, and if he really wants to, he can do it again. He's got the manpower, the muscle, and the balls. No matter what happens from this point forward, I just know one thing. I'm bringing a war back home with me. I just hope the Reapers are ready to face it. Montana. We need to head for Montana.
Chapter 6. A real alpha will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals, even if it means standing alone. Jimaholic. Damon. We wouldn't be in Montana for at least another day. I'd driven long distances before, but this was the most grueling and exhausting trip I've ever made. I didn't stop unless she begged me to use the bathroom. When I told her to hold it,
She looked like she was going to carve my damn face off. Bathroom breaks and food were the only reason we stopped. I didn't want to take more time off the road than necessary. By now, Rage would know something was up, and he wouldn't be the only one. I'm sure my family knew I was in the wind at this point. Once we got settled, there was bound to be an unexpected visit from one of my brothers or sisters. Hell, the old dog himself might even get out of the den for a bit. "We need to get some sleep, in a real bed," she comments, and my back is aching, every muscle in my body screaming for relief. Another 40 miles go by, and the pain slowly begins to worsen. I know if I keep going, I'd be in no shape to drive. Hell would have to freeze over before I gave her the keys and let her drive. I don't have enough confidence in her continuing to drive towards our destination. For all I know, she could have Stockholm Syndrome and decide to drive back to the Demon's Clubhouse. Hell, if I'm gonna let that shit happen. Not when we've gotten so far. "How far away do you think we are?" she asks, pulling her legs up on the leather of the seat. I look to my right quickly, and she seems to be shaking. It's not fucking cold in here. "About 4 hours, maybe." It's just past 11 at night. Personally, I don't want to get there around this time of day on this little sleep. I'll need to be well rested for whatever we're going to walk into tomorrow. Catherine can't even tell me exactly where she lived. She told me it was just outside of Billings and was sure that if we started driving in that direction, she'd be able to recollect something that could help me figure out where to take her. I think that she's assuming I'll just leave her there. I'm hoping she's going to tell me where she lives. It would make everything much easier. Though the truth is bound to come out. Maybe I should just leave her there. But I won't. The girl caught my eye long ago, only then I couldn't have her. Now I have no one in my way. Who's going to stop me from getting what I really want? No one, that's who. There are still so many questions left unanswered. My hope is that tonight I'll be able to find out more about Catherine and what her life was like before she was with the demons. From the looks of it, she believes her family is still here, and that only makes me think one thing. She's going to tell me. I'm just waiting for her to speak up. I pull off at the next motel that I see. It's just a half-mile away from the interstate, so we're not taking too much time away from getting back on the road. Both Catherine and I walk into the office, and I pay for a room. After, I get the key and hand it to Catherine to go on and get settled while I head towards the vending machine and get some grub and drinks. I make my way down the motel until I can find the room number that the woman behind the counter told the two of us. I knock on the door lightly, grab the knob, and turn it. To my surprise, it's wide open. How stupid could she be? Not even locking the fucking door? Her and I are going to be having a talk really quick on safety. When I make my way into the motel room, the first thing I do is shut the door behind me and secure it. No way in hell am I gonna let some jack-off try to get in here and steal our shit, which amounts to a total of $347. I put down the sodas, Powerade, granola bars, and chips, and even the bar of chocolate I got for her in case she was close to her lady time. Girls crave all sorts of shit, don't they? Salty, sweet, savory, it doesn't matter. They'll eat as much as I will. Water is running in the background, and I take it that she took a few minutes to get in a hot shower. Smart. I wish I would have thought of that first. When we left the hospital, I wasn't prepared. The only thing that I had was a duffel in the backseat of my car with an extra 2 sets of clothes, and the only reason I had that was in case at the last minute the club decided to go out for a couple of nights. It was my grab-and-go bag. Looks like Catherine spotted it too, since I see it's open and sitting on the edge of the bed. The only bed in the room. I dig into the bag of plain potato chips and open the Coke, taking a few minutes of being by myself to refuel my body. The water comes to a stop as I'm onto a granola bar and eyeing the chocolate. Damn, why couldn't there be a restaurant close by? Oh well, we'd make it work. We'd been doing this well so far.
and with only a few more hours to drive, we shall survive. The bathroom door creaks as it opens. My eyes dart to the source, and I see Catherine wearing one of my old Kiss t-shirts, her wet hair hanging over her shoulder. She's a fucking vision.
Hope you don't mind. I needed to change into something new,
she stammers, and I don't mind. How could I? The only thing I'd mind is if she fucking ran. Nah, you're good. I got some grub. Eat while I shower. I'll be 10 minutes. I leave her picking through the different options of junk food as I take a few minutes to myself, wiping away every bit of grime and sweat from our travels. Driving for this long sucks the life out of you. It's worse than being on the back of the bike. At least then you have the wind blowing against you. It feels like you're one with nature. In an SUV, you can't say that shit. When I walk back out into the motel room, I'm wearing nothing but a towel around my waist. If I say I don't have ulterior motives, I'd be lying straight through my teeth. I want to catch her eye, to see her look at me the way she did when she thought I wasn't paying attention. She thought I never saw her, but I did. Every damn time. I make my way over to the duffel bags, eyes focused on hers with every step I make. Neither one of us are breaking eye contact, both of us knowing that here she doesn't have to stay away. Maybe I don't want her to. Maybe, just maybe, I want her to come running into me. I've sure as fuck dreamed about it enough. She was off limits, the only girl that I couldn't have. That didn't stop my mind or my dick from wanting her, though. Let's be honest, nothing will. She could have been married to a fucking king and I still would have gone after her. I look through the duffel, finding a pair of boxer briefs. I remove my towel, tossing it on the floor, and start to slide into them, stopping when I see her eyes haven't moved from me. For a second, I think she might look away. How I should have known better. See something you like? Her face is stoic, unwavering. I can't read her even if I try. I chuckle lowly. Fine. Play the quiet game, sweetheart. When you finally own up to wanting me, you'll be begging for my dick inside you. Just you wait. I don't beg. 3 words with so much power behind them. I don't know how I offended her, but the saltiness laced in her voice tells me that I did. I could have chosen my words a little more carefully, but I'm not the kind of guy to sugarcoat shit. I say it the way I want, whenever I want. You will. You just don't realize it yet. An hour passes us by, both of us drinking soda and eating what's left of the snacks. I make my way to sit against the headboard. Catherine gets a little comfortable and does the same, sipping slowly on the sweet tea she started on a few minutes ago. She's shaking, and instantly I press a hand to her forehead. She's burning up, and I know exactly what's the matter. Rage gave her drugs all the damn time. I don't want to say she's an addict, but her body is so used to them. She'll need to slowly wean herself off of them bit by bit, and if she doesn't, she could likely die. I hop off the bed and go into my duffel, opening a compartment, praying that I still have subs in there. A few of the girls at the club would take them, doses getting smaller and smaller by the day to help get themselves off. I'd do the same with Catherine. It's not her fault that rage gave her every fucking pill on the face of the planet. Bingo. I find the baggie and pull out a pill, zipping it back up and putting it back where it was. I give her the pill and she takes it, not asking any questions. I'm not going to do what Rage did, I tell her. I know, she says quietly, giving me a half smile. We're going to get you off of that shit, okay? It'll take some time, but I'm going to wean you off of them. I never wanted them in the first place. Yeah, I figured that. He did a lot of things you didn't want, didn't he? The question was so dumb. Why the fuck would I ask her that when I damn well knew the answer? I need to tell you something, Trig. Catherine looks over to me, her dark eyes incinerating me. I don't speak, but listen closely as she starts to. My uncle is the pres of the Reapers, MC. That's where you're taking me, to the club. My goodness. And the girl finally starts to trust me. The Reapers, Rage's sworn arch-nemesis, the club that he's been trying to annihilate for years. What she doesn't know is that I know. So this means I have to act like a dumbass, as if I don't know anything. It's been a long couple of days and I don't want to get into it. I haven't seen any of them since I was 13. It's been so long, and I just need to sleep. Can we talk more about this tomorrow? I nod, hopping off the bed and turning the light off. I hear the bed springs creak as she gets settled into a comfortable position, moving the sheets up. I slide into bed next to her. When I wrap my arm around her waist and pull her back towards my chest, I expect a struggle. What I get next surprises the hell out of me. I've wanted you to do that for a really long time. She whispers it lowly, almost so quiet that it's inaudible. I yank her closer to me, positioning her so my chin is on the top of her hair and I can smell the tropical shampoo that she used. You're a flight risk. No way am I letting you run away. You're not the one I wanted to run from. Her words awaken a deep, dark part of my soul. This girl has been through so much, and I don't even know the half of it yet. That will change, though. In the past 2 days, I've learned more about her than in the past few years. All I wanted to do was learn more about her, more about Catherine, a woman who intrigued me like no other.
Chapter 7. Never forget that walking away from something unhealthy is brave, even if you stumble a little on your way out the door. Mandy Hale. Cat. Shock takes over my entire body. Shock that I'm even here right now, that I managed to get away from the demons of hell, the fact that I'm not with Rage. But instead, I'm in a motel room with a man I've had lingering eyes for, a man who I've told bits and pieces about myself for the past couple days. Maybe I'm not in shock. Maybe it just feels like I'm in a dream, like I'm going to wake up back at the clubhouse with Rage's hand around my throat. That seems like the more likely option of the two. On this day, I know that my life will change so much. I'm back in Montana after being gone for years. I wonder how my family will take my arrival, if they'll be happy to see me, and then I wonder if they even want me back. I've changed so much. No longer am I the bright-eyed and bouncy cat. Over the years, I've been transformed into a void of the person I used to be. Will they even want me back, considering what I am now? How I'm damaged? Can I even call myself damaged? Or is that an understatement? I stayed in the bed with Trig for a while, until I peered over and saw that it was just past 10 in the morning. At that point, I needed to get up, straighten my legs. I couldn't stand to lay down and stay still any longer. My nerves were shot, anxiety soaring through the roof at the impending events. I paced the length of the motel room 63 times before I heard him cough. "You done yet?" "No," I mutter quickly. I take another step forward. Before I know it, Trig is off the bed and has his hands on me, his breath hot and heavy against my forehead, just hitting the top. I glance up, staring right into those icy irises. For years, I wanted him to be looking at me the way he is right now, with something more. Only now, there is no Rage to put a stop to whatever could have happened, to whatever is about to unfold before my very eyes. I'm accepting, reciprocating everything that is bound to be running through his mind. If you needed to burn off some energy, you should have just asked, kitten. Trigg's words are rolling off of his tongue, so smooth that I could do just about anything he asked right now, almost not noticing what he called me. I told you not to call me that. No, you asked me. I'm choosing not to listen. The nerve. No, hell, the audacity that he thinks he has right now. He was the one who forced me here today, the one who's making me look forward. Trigg is the sole reason I am even still breathing. The man wants me to live and is adamant about it, and here we are, him calling me the one thing I don't want to be called. I don't want anything associated with rage or his pet names for me. I know what you're thinking right now, he murmurs, trailing his fingers softly up over the skin of my hand until he's going further up my arm, touches my shoulder, and finally ends up holding my chin firmly in the palm of his hand. What he doesn't realize is that he's holding far more than just my chin. With every moment his hand is on my body, I feel static, like a supercharge is about to explode. You think it's tied to him. It isn't, and never was. You aren't Rage's kitty anymore, Catherine. Fuck, I shouldn't even be doing this. Standing here with you, staring deep into your fucking perfect eyes, thinking about how much I want you to be mine. How much I've wanted you for so long. Moments pass us by, staring at each other, silence surrounding us. Trigg's eyes linger over my lips, focusing until his eyes return to mine. You may not understand it quite yet, and maybe you will as time passes us by. Cat, you don't belong to any man, not even me. I call you my kitten because it's what you have always been to me. Soft, silent, and sweet, just like a kitten. But that doesn't mean you belong to me. It's quite the opposite, really. I belong to you. Do you understand that? His hand cups my face as he dips his head towards mine. Our lips crash together like the ocean meeting for the very first time. Suddenly, I don't hate him so much for bringing me to this moment. I thank him for it, for showing me what this could be like. My imagination could only do so much. Never did I think I'd be here today, kissing him. Do you want me? He asks, whispering against my lips, halting our kiss. He knows the answer. Deep down, I know he does. Maybe he was doing all of this out of the kindness of his heart. And while I don't doubt he has a good heart, I know what this is. A declaration. Yes, I breathe, revealing what I believe to be my deepest secret. I slide my arms up around his neck, moving slowly, gauging his reaction as my hands travel further and further. His lips turn up, a sly smile spreading across his face. I gasp when he lets go of my chin and quickly brings his hand up under the shirt I'm wearing, his hand on my hip, squeezing gently. I've wanted you for a long time, I admit, breathing slowly as his hand inches higher and higher up my shirt, slowly grazing over my skin. I know. Trigg hisses it out, rising the shirt up higher and higher. I've never had soft and sweet, and while I want it at some point, I want whatever this is more, and I want it now. No more waiting. I want it. A long time, I emphasize, bringing my hands down, trailing down his chest, brushing my hand against his chest hair until my hand is setting right next to his dick. I take a step forward until we're both completely touching. There has been so much distance between us, and there's absolutely no reason for it now. Trig lifts me up quickly with his hands, setting me on the office desk directly behind me. It's cold, causing me to jump. He chuckles lightly, pulling his dick out. I can feel him against my leg, and when I look down, my jaw almost hits the floor. Holy mother. You can handle it, trust me. Instead of getting straight into it, he rubbed himself up against me, the sensation getting me wet as I shut my eyes. Trig's hand was on my chin, though, hard. Don't you dare close your eyes. I want to see the light in them as I fuck you, he growls out, making my mouth gape open as I meet his eyes. The intensity there is not something I had expected. It fucking scares me. After all I have been through, I should chalk this up to a one-night stand, a one-time fuck. If he ever asks out loud, that's exactly what I'll say. But damn, does the look on his face tell a whole different story. I will not dare to hope that after all is said and done, he will be done with me, but I'm going to let myself enjoy the moment. Trig's hand slinks around my neck, holding it and rubbing it in just the right way, and it is in that moment that I am okay with being his fucking kitten, ready to purr in his capable hands. His lips touch mine, biting at my bottom lip as I feel like I am melting under the heat of him. Then they taste down my neck to my collarbone, and my legs open more, practically begging him to just take me. Take me on my terms rather than someone else's. It is hard to let myself want, I think, but fuck do I want this. He wasn't wrong about me being able to take him. Trig pulls me against him and slams into me in one quick movement. I quickly adjust to him, biting my bottom lip and moaning every single time he moves. At a point, he stops moving, afraid he is hurting me. My moans aren't anything close to painful. If anything, they are sinful. Something tells me there are many more sins I'd be confessing to before the end of this. Fuck, Trig. Don't stop, please. You're not hurting. It feels so fucking good. Shit, he groans out, barely audible through his own lust and pleasure. I wrap my legs around his hips and adhere him to me, having a hard time maintaining eye contact as I feel him filling me up, my wetness making his slipping in and out so easy. He begins to slam into me, picking up the strength and pace of his thrusts, and I moan loudly, his name escaping my lips once again. This only seems to keep him going, urging him to get me to just where I want to be. Then, my legs begin to shake, my whole body out of my control as a rush comes through me like I am taking a roller coaster downhill. Just as I scream, probably disturbing whoever shares this wall with us, my insides squeeze his cock so that his own climax rocks him inside of me. This is how sex should be. I hope this is how it will be from now on. Chapter 8. The biggest fight you'll ever have is between who you are now and who you are capable of becoming. At Style State. Cat. Trig and I spent the morning getting to know each other quite well. The morning turned into the afternoon, and before we knew it, the sun was starting to go down. For the life of me, I didn't think we had a plan. There was no calculated decision on how we'd approach my family, or when. Really, it was touch and go. I stared at the clock for hours, my stomach turning into a million agonizing knots as each minute passed us by. Deep down, I don't think that I ever expected to get back to Montana. After years with rage and the demons, I expected to die there, and he never let me believe otherwise. He made it a point to tell me that's where I'd die, with him, that he would bury my body in an unmarked grave, and no one would ever grieve my loss. That is the kind of man I had to spend my days with. Years of hearing it, over and over again. I just began to not care anymore. Now, I find myself wanting to care. Or maybe I'm simply trying to care, since my future is so unknown. Before, I knew what to expect, or at least had a general idea. And here I am, with the biggest curveball ever, in a bed with Trig, who somehow decided he wanted to be my knight in shining armor and save me. I didn't ask to be saved, nor did I want it. However, today, I am starting to become thankful. Maybe there is more to live for, and I have a feeling I'll find out soon enough. I won't lie, today is scaring the daylights out of me. So many years have passed, and so much has changed. My mind keeps wandering through every possible situation, and until I come face to face with my family, I won't really know. Honestly, I'm silently torturing myself. Come on, we're not going to sit around any longer, Trig tells me as he takes my hand and leads me out to the SUV. I sit silently as he drives us out onto the interstate and takes an exit when he sees a sign for an outlet. I didn't tell him to turn, and he didn't ask. When I give him a puzzled look, he informs me that I need some new clothes, and I do. We left everything behind at the Demon's Clubhouse. I only had the clothes on my back and was grateful to have something new to change into. Trig pulls up to a small secondhand store, telling me I can get anything I want. It feels wrong to accept it. Of course, I wasn't used to receiving anything without some sort of catch. He walks with me through the entire store, grabbing things that pique my interest when I don't. I catch him shaking his head a few times when I walk by something. Still, he adds it into the pile that he has in his hands. "It's probably best if you're not wearing my shirt when we see your family," he comments, putting his hand on the small of my back, continuing to guide me along. I can't help but agree with him. The shirt I am wearing is way too big, and while I don't mind wearing Trig's shirt, it would be nice to have something that fits me right. He wins this time, paying for a few pairs of pants and shirts. It will be the last time I let him do it. I'm not a charity case after all. I change in the dressing room into a new pair of dark blue denim skinny jeans and a black tank top. I feel nervous, having so much of myself exposed. As I stand in the dressing room, staring myself down in the mirror in front of me, it feels like everyone will be able to see me, scars and all. That makes me nervous, even as I look over my skin, trying to see if anyone will be able to tell. I know they won't. I made it my job to keep them hidden, away from peering eyes. There were a few that someone could notice, but I could do a good job and make sure that I was covered up. For a moment, I wondered if it wasn't the scars on my body, but the scars burned into my soul that bothered me so much. "Cat?" I jump, hearing Trig tap on the dressing room door, calling me a name I hadn't heard in ages. The last time I remember being called Cat was that day, when Ashley and I went to the movies. I button the front of my jeans and grab the old clothes in my hands before I open the door and face him. When I do, he tries to hide his smile and fails miserably. "You look good." With that, I'm the one failing to hide my own smile. We take our time making it back to the SUV when thoughts come into my mind, things that maybe I should have thought about before we got to this point. Yeah, everything is good and dandy now. But what if I'm left alone with them? I didn't think about... What's going to happen after today? I nervously blurt out my question, terrified for the answer that I may get. Last night was great. It was amazing even. But that doesn't mean that he's going to stay. No matter how much I want him to, that doesn't mean he will. He turns to me at my question, not answering, but taking the bags from my hands and setting them in the back seat of the SUV. He shuts the door, my nerves slowly killing me as I wait for him. I don't know. What I do know is that isn't the answer you're looking for, Kat. I don't know what's going to happen after today. Hell, I didn't think I'd ever be here with you like this. We can never predict the future. So what are you really asking me? He cuts through my bullshit. It's funny how he knows that within my question lies another question, only one that I don't want to ask, because I'm petrified if he answers in the way I don't want him to. Are you going to leave? I gather all my courage and ask him. I need to know what's going to happen, or as much that I can know at this given moment. There has been so much that has happened over the last few days, none of which that I had any preparation for. And if something is going to change again, I want to know. I need to be able to have that time to process it, since I haven't had it for anything else. He laughs, and I mean he laughs. After a couple of minutes, he composes himself, takes a step towards me, and places his hands on both sides of my cheeks. You silly, stupid little girl. Someone would have to kill me to get me out of your life. Do you understand that? Trig presses a kiss to my forehead, to my nose, and then lastly to my lips. Come on, sweetheart. Let me take you back home. Chapter 9. I don't know exactly what's next, but I'm stepping forward with grit anchored in grace. Julie Graham. Kat. In life, there are terrifying moments that constantly surround us. Right now, I am reminded of this as my heart pounds faster than it ever has before. With each mile marker we pass, we get closer to Billings, which means that we're closer to one place, home. As we drive down the old roads, I can feel my memories being jogged. That pond to the right is where my dads taught me how to fish for the first time. Then I remember them taking me up to the cabin in Whitefish for long weekends of white river rafting, fishing, canoeing, and swimming. Heck, I can remember the one time a load of us went up and spent Christmas there. It was my fondest childhood memory. 5 more minutes and we're almost there. I can feel it, somehow deep within my bones. I know I am so close, and there it is, the rock with the Reaper's MC emblem, right off the road like I remember. Take a left, I tell Trig, who turns the blinker on and takes us down the road. He drives slowly, and I peel my eyes for anything. I vaguely remember gates before. I don't know why my Uncle Fist had them back then, but now I understand more than ever. When I was a child, I thought it was to keep us cooped up, locked there in some way. Today, I know it's to keep others out. He was only trying to keep us safe. Here we are, Trig says, nodding up ahead to where gates suddenly start to appear. Instantly, I notice the barbed wire at the top, not remembering it being there from when I was younger. Should be. The rock is my indication that it probably is, but never would I be sure until we were both on the other side of it. He drives up the road until we come into the entryway and pulls up against the small building at the entrance. There is no getting through these things without being passed through. Now was the part that I didn't think about. How would I tell someone who I was? Trig rolls down the window as a man approaches the SUV. He is tall, tattoos cover most of him, and he has eyes that could melt any woman right in her seat. "Sup? Who are you two and what are you doing here?" "I'm Trig, and this is Catherine. Who are you?" "Bug. Now answer my damn question before I put a bullet through both of your skulls. I'm feeling a little trigger-happy at the moment." Bug chews on a piece of gum, staring mainly at me. He's doing it on purpose, I can see that. He's the kind of man that begs for trouble, that lives and breeds off of it. I see Trig's hand move from the corner of my eye. He has a gun sitting right and pretty next to him. There's a reason he's called Trig, short for trigger, and not the kind of man you threaten to shoot. "I'm from the demons of hell, and I brought something back that's been missing for quite a fucking while. You'd better scurry off and find your prez." "Don't move," Boog says, walking into the little building next to us. I glance over to Trig, and he looks so serious right now. "I almost shot him." "I know," I laugh. "You're laughing that I almost shot someone before we even got you back in the gates?" "Mm-hmm," I confess, tears spilling from the corners of my eyes. "He threatened you. I won't stand for that, kitten." I hear the seriousness in his voice, and it makes me a little scared for Boog. Something tells me that this is far from over. The gates ahead of us open, and out comes Boog. "Drive up to the club. Cade will meet you there." Trig follows Boog's instruction, driving us straight until we can both spot the clubhouse. The second he puts the car in park, there is a group of men surrounding the SUV. There is one older man. His beard comes down to his chest, and he wears rings on all of his fingers. Another has jet black hair. He's seriously handsome. One of those bad boys that all the girls go after. Next to him is another who looks quite similar. They might even be brothers. And lastly, there is a man who might be in his 30s. He has dark hair, salt and peppery in certain areas. Trig takes my hand and opens his door, exiting first, and then I follow, sticking close to him. I know that none of these people will hurt me. Some of them might even be my family, but I haven't seen them in ages, and the only person I trust right now is Trig. I take in my surroundings, watching everyone as much as I can. All of their eyes are on me, and then Trig. I can't imagine what it's like for them, never mind me, but what they're thinking right now. I should have thought more about this, what I'd say, what I'd do. I didn't think about all the variables before we came here today. "Kit Kat?" My eyes widen at the sound of my old nickname. My cousins Zane and Cade came up with it, never failing to use it whenever we were together. Somehow, for some reason, my eyes water hearing it. I knew today would be emotional, but never did I think that I'd be this emotional, so quick. "I didn't think we'd ever see you again. God, I'm so fucking glad you're home," he comments. And I'm pretty sure it's Cade. His hair is darker than I remember, and goodness has he gotten tall. "We didn't know you were coming. Did you not think to call us?" The irate voice comes from the man with the beard. He's furious, and it's not difficult to tell that he is. "What the hell were you thinking, Damon?" "That I was bringing her back, alive and well. Did you want me to bring her back to you in a fucking body bag?" I listen closely, curious as to the quarrel between these two. How did they know each other? And why is this man calling Trig Damon? "What is going on?" I mumble, looking to the group of them. Trig puts his arm around my waist, pulling me against him, and looks right into my eyes. "I know your cousin Ashley. I wasn't with the demons for my own reasons, kitten. It's a really long fucking story, but I'll make it short for you. The demons of hell ruined everything for my family. Rage was the monster behind that, so I went back to take back what belongs to me. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, which is how I know your cousin, uncle, and the Reapers. What on earth? It's politics, kid. Nothing you gotta worry about. Don't you fucking dismiss her like that. Have some damned respect. She deserves to know it all. Every damn thing. Do you understand me? Trigg snaps it out at the older man. Everyone falls silent, and Cade takes a couple steps towards me and wraps me in a hug, forcing Trigg out of the way. I've really fucking missed you, Kit Kat. I'll be around, and we'll catch up later, okay? Something tells me Dad is going to be arguing with your man for a while now. Zane? I ask, as Cade leaves and the look-alike comes walking toward me. He nods with a small smile. Cade is right, you know. Dad is about to blow his gasket, and I'm going to leave before there's a big problem. Breakfast tomorrow? I nod, agreeing, and watch as he meets up with Cade and disappears. I watch as the men around us dwindle until it's me, Trigg, and who I now know is my uncle. It's funny, you think I'd remember him, but he's changed quite a bit over the years. She tried to kill herself. I really didn't have an option except to get her to the hospital and leave before Rage knew what was going on. You wanted her home, and I took the only opportunity I had. I'm confused. I yell it out, looking between my uncle and Trigg. How did any of this happen? I want answers. Trigg sighs, taking a deep breath as he starts to speak. My name is Damon Rains. My father is Roman Rains, the prez of the Brotherhood MC. My father knows your parents. They were in the demons together before shit went down and blood was shed. It's what forced my family away and into hiding. I assumed a new identity and made sure I was accepted as a prospect for the demons. My father wanted retribution, and I did too. Only I'd been there for years. Slowly, I'd been taking away whatever I could from Rage, weakening him at any given opportunity. Then, I find out about you. I didn't have all the information, but I had some. I had to keep you safe. I have to. My family and yours are tied. Ashley knows my brothers and sisters. My sister got word to me that you were there, and I've been watching you for a while. I made a promise, Kat. I wasn't going to let anything happen to you, and I won't, ever, for as long as I live.
Chapter 10. I want to be with you. It's as simple and as complicated as that. HipLyrics.com. Damon. You lied to me. We're standing here in this fucking parking lot with Fist staring me down like I'm the devil himself for bringing his niece back home, which is what I was supposed to do. Yes, I admit, because I can't argue with her. I lied, and I lied well. There were plenty of times that I could have told her who I was or who I knew or even what I was doing there. I wasn't solely in the demons for my father. Being there for her meant that I was doing something good, and fuck me for wanting to do something that wasn't for me or for my family. I had given up. Everything, and you were there the entire time and you didn't say anything to me? I tried to fucking kill myself. I wanted to die because my family had abandoned me when they didn't even do that. If you had just said something to me, then I wouldn't have... Oh my God. Kat. When I say her name, she looks at me with such hatred laced in those eyes. Our situation is complicated now, and I know that. Of course, there was nothing simplistic about us anyway. I couldn't tell you. We wouldn't let him, Fist pipes up, approaching us.
He was to do one thing for us, make sure you stayed alive. If he had told you what he was doing, you may have started acting differently and Rage would have picked up on that. We couldn't risk it. We just couldn't risk actually losing you when you were so close to coming back home to us. Don't be angry at him, kiddo. Be pissed at me. Damon was watching over you. He was always watching over you.
I thought you all had given up on me. I believed that you did. And now I'm finding out that you never did? And instead had a Trojan horse in the fucking club who was watching me slowly spiral down into my path of self-destruction? So excuse me, I have the fucking right to be angry right now.
Look at me, I tell her, eyes flashing back in my direction. I take her face in my hands. I am sorry. If I had thought for a split second that telling you would have changed things, I would have. How would I know that you wouldn't laugh in my face and tell Rage? I didn't. You might have. He had you on so much shit, babe. I don't even know if you knew what you were doing half the time. If I told you, it would have risked both of our lives. And while I don't care much about my own, I do give quite a few fucks about yours.
I don't even know you,
she spits out. Well, that makes two of us, then. I don't really fucking know you either, but guess what, baby? Now's the chance where we start.
Fuck you.
She flinches right after she says it, almost expecting that I'm like Rage and will beat her into a bloody pulp for talking back to me. I love her Spitfire spirit. If it was my choice, it would have started to come out of her a lot sooner. I'll leave you two to have your lovers quarrel in private. The clubhouse is packed, and there aren't any open beds. I just had renovations done to the basement in the house. You two pick a couple rooms and meet us for breakfast in the morning. I think we have quite a bit to discuss. I look over and see Fist's house. It's a little hike to get to, but it won't kill us.
Wait, where are my parents?
Kat asks her uncle. Tex and Bolt and your mom are in Canada at the moment, and we'll be back tomorrow night. Dracus is here somewhere. I'll go grab him, but we're gonna have to wait for your mom and dad's to get back. Until then, rest up, and I'll see you in the morning. Fist walks away and heads in the clubhouse behind him. I will never hit you, I tell her firmly. Never will I lay a hand on you for saying what you feel. Do you understand that?
I don't know anything about you. How can I trust anything you say? You lied to me, even when you didn't have to anymore. You could have told me everything in the motel last night, and you didn't. You didn't tell me a goddamn thing. Instead, you brought me here and let me be blindsided in front of everyone. Do you know how that makes me feel? Or do you even care?
Yeah, right. I don't fucking care. I snap out at her. Right now, I don't give a shit. I risked so much for her and she's too blind to see it. All I have fucking done is care about you. Don't get shit twisted. I cared when I shouldn't have. I cared when I wasn't fucking supposed to. I have cared about you since before I even knew who you were. If I didn't give a shit about you, I would have dropped you off at the door and fucking left. Did I do that? No. You want to know what I want, Kat? I want you. It's that simple. I fucking want you. I have wanted you for a long-ass time, and by the looks of it, you fucking want me too. I growl it out, grabbing her quickly and slam my lips down onto her with such force that I could have broken teeth. She has me furious, angered more than I've been in years. If I don't walk away now, I will scar her for the rest of her fucking life. She has no idea what I'm capable of right now. All I want to do is throw her up against the side of that clubhouse and hate fuck her like she's never been fucked before. So I do the only thing I can. I walk the fuck away.
Cat. He cursed at me, professed all of his deepest, darkest attraction, and then left me standing in the middle of a goddamned parking lot. Alone. Granted, he knew I was safe at this point, but what a damn dick move. I'm pissed, and I have every fucking right to be. I thought he was bringing me home for me, when in reality, he was doing it because he had to. Because my family wanted me back. I'm glad to be back. I am so glad to be out of Rage's awful, sinister hands. But I thought there was more there. I thought that I was more than just a fucking job, but from the looks of it, that's all I ever was. I was a job. A job he got attached to. I made my way to my uncle's house, walking through the front door that still creaks the same way it did when I was a kid, running in and out of his house. By memory, I knew exactly where to go, behind the kitchen and down the steps that lead to the basement. But I couldn't even make it there. My daddy was standing there in the kitchen with my Uncle Fist and Cracker. "I'll be damned," he murmurs, eyes floating over me. I hadn't seen him in years. Out of nowhere, the tears come crashing out of me, a riptide that I didn't dare try to control. Years of pain and misery finally seeping out of my body. He darts over to me, wrapping his big, heavily tattooed arms around my body. My daddy was built like a massive fucking tank. As a kid, I remember most of my friends being terrified of him. "Fuck, I missed you," he croaks out, holding me as closely against him as possible. I wasn't fighting it. Instead, I was wrapping my arms around him, clinging onto him for dear life. "Daddy!" I cried into his leather cut, my tears soaking through the tank top he had underneath it. "My sweet little angel." He takes his hand and cups my neck, making me look up at him. He looks me over. I'm not really sure what for, but when he takes my arm in his hand, I can tell he feels my scars. I close my eyes in shame as he brings my forearm to his view. Slowly he runs his fingers over every scar I put on my body. "What happened?" "Lots of things," I murmur. "Did he?" "No, those were one of the only things he didn't do." His eyes linger over mine for a moment before he looks away, and then back at me. "I'm not the same little girl you remember, Daddy. I'd gone through a lot, and yes, I did put these scars on my body. My body matches my heart, my soul, I suppose. I'm scarred." "You are no such thing. You're a warrior, baby, through and through." We stand there, talking for almost an hour, not saying too much, but there's so much to catch up on. I know it'll take more time than we have right now. I can't describe the feeling of happiness that washed over me when I saw my daddy, how being in his arms made me feel safer than I had in years. But it did. He told me to go get some rest, so I listened, heading down the stairwell to the basement. When I hit the bottom steps, I saw Damon sitting on a plush cream-colored couch with his hands on his head. Before I even reached the bottom of the stairs, he was speaking to me. "You know I care about you. It's undeniable. So when you said that to me, it hurt. I care about you so much more than I ever should have." He was right on this matter. I shouldn't have said some of what I did, and implying that he didn't care about me was immature. It didn't mean that I didn't disagree with most of what he did, though. He could have done things differently. I wish he had. "You're shaking again," he comments, and when I stop thinking for a moment, I realize how fucking cold I am. "Come here, baby." I listen, and maybe I shouldn't. At least that's what I'm telling myself. Part of me doesn't want to be anywhere near him because I'm so pissed, but the other part of me wants nothing but to be near him. So I do the one thing I want to do. I walk towards him and take a seat next to him on the couch. "I shouldn't have yelled at you. I'm sorry." "You're damn right you shouldn't have," I mumble, sinking in further next to him. "I won't take back what I did. I mean it. If I thought it would have been smart to tell you, I would have. You understand that, right? I understand it, but I also don't think it was right. It wasn't right. Fine, we'll just agree to disagree then. Perfect, I grumble, and he laughs. Cocking his head back, he wraps his arms around me and pulls me on top of him. What's so funny? We just had our first fight and survived it. I didn't realize that was something to laugh over, considering it was a pretty big one, and it's not like we're a couple or anything. Fights don't matter. The way he looks at me is like I just slapped him silly. You don't think we're a thing? No, 'cause we're not. We had sex, big whoop. Oh, baby, we are a thing. You and I are so much more than just sex, and I know you know that. If you think for 1 minute I'm not going to be with you, you're batshit insane. We've got a connection, Kat. I'm not giving any of that up. Like I said, I want you. I belong to you, baby. I sit there next to him, silent for more minutes than I can count. He's driving me insane, saying the sweetest things and also being a pain in my ass. I have a feeling there's much more than just empty promises here. After all, he promised my family he'd bring me back safe, and that's what he did. Let's go to bed. We have breakfast in the morning, I mutter, taking his hand and heading towards a closed door. If I knew one thing at all, it's that I didn't know anything about what the future held. I could only move forward and try to find out. Guess what? The future starts now.
Chapter 11. Never reveal everything you know. At Prime Way of Life. Damon. I wake up bright and early, leaving Kat sleeping sweetly under the comforter. I head up the stairs, brushing my hand through my shaggy hair, and walk straight out the door. I scan out over the fields, looking to the clubhouse parking lot, and much to my surprise, I spot a bright red bike that is easily recognizable. No one around here owns anything like it, except one person. Widow. He's one of my closest friends, and while I would normally be happy that he's here, his arrival only means one thing. My father is shortly behind him. I've been waiting for your ass to wake up. His deep grumble greets me. I look behind me and see him on the other end of the porch, on the swing, smoking a cigarette. Normal people wait inside. Not my house. Ain't walking through that fucking door. It's never stopped him before. Widow doesn't ask permission. He takes and does what he wants. Fucking anyone up who dares stand in his way. He's the most savage in my father's club. There's a reason he's called Widow. Because he creates widows, taking the breath from many men's lungs. He leaves their women as widows. He isn't the enforcer. He just does it for fun, getting a high off of it. Why are you here? I ask, pulling my pack of cigarettes from the back pocket of my jeans. I walk over to Widow and grab his Zippo from the arm of the swing, bringing the flame to the end of the cigarette, breathing in deeply as I wait his answer. Can't I just be here to check on you? You don't give a rat's ass about anyone, not even Melody. I scoff. Melody used to be Widow's old lady. A few years back, something happened. I'm not really sure what, but one day they were together and the next she was hightailing it. All he did was tell us he fucked up and she left him. Somehow, I know there's a shit ton more to that than what he's telling me. He stares at me briefly before he directs his gaze onto the landscape in front of us. Care to tell me why you're really here? I lean back against the siding on the house. Minutes pass us by of pure silence. I can't say I didn't expect it. I already know why he's here. He just isn't saying it. Your father is on his way. I'm sure he'll be here within the next couple of days. He wanted me to go ahead of him and make sure nothing crazy was happening before he rode out here. Fist has shit with the bears going down, not like it's calmsies up here.
Sure as fuck won't be now either, I comment, finally beginning to think of the shitstorm I've brought to Montana. The Bears have always given the Reapers a problem, and the Brotherhood too. Adding the demons into their problems wasn't anything that I could have avoided. Cat needed to come home, and it had to be now. If anything, our clubs are the strongest together, right now. Even as a child, I can remember being told we had an alliance with the Reapers and the Raiders. The combinations of our clubs together is a hefty size, not to mention the countless nomads that we can call upon, and my uncle, if need be. There are many advantages to being a Rains, including having the cartel in our back pocket, even if my father doesn't want to call in a favor. I'm sure my uncles have heard that I'm no longer with the demons now, and none of them are happy about it. I was there to do 2 jobs. Find out who has been supplying the demons with their drugs, and watch over Cat. I did one, and not the other. Rage was smart, always keeping me at arm's length when it came to who his supplier was. I have a hunch, but a hunch isn't jack shit. It's not 100% guaranteed. My uncles may be ruthless, but they don't take to killing their competition unless they know that they're actually a competitor. The quickest way to get rid of your competition is to kill them. My father taught me that. Overall, I can't guilt myself for doing what I needed to. If I had taken Cat back into the Demon's clubhouse, she could have been dead by now. Regardless, none of us will know because she's here and I don't regret acting in the way that I did. She's safe. I'm out of playing Trojan horse. All is well. You have something you want to tell me? I glance over, waiting for what is bound to be his unsolicited advice. I've known the man for too long to think he'd keep his mouth shut. Don't stay. Go back home to the Brotherhood compound and leave her behind. Things will be much simpler without you fucking the Reaper's princess. There it is. That unsolicited advice I didn't want nor need. Nah, I'm staying here, where I'm needed. Well, you don't have a problem up and leaving where you're needed to be, so that won't be a problem for long. Anger courses through me at his words. Let me make this clear to you. I'm not leaving Cat. Not when I've had to watch her for years. Not when I finally have the chance to have her. Do you understand that? I snap, balling my hand into a fist. I'm trying so hard not to slam my hand into Widow's face, to fuck him up for even speaking to me this way. I know his intentions are pure, but it doesn't give him a free pass to be a dick. Don't bring up Melody, and I'll leave your princess infatuation alone, he snarls. It seems I did hit a button. Again, this tells me that there is so much more to the story. If Melody was around, or any of us knew where she was, I'd go up and ask her what the hell happened. Guess I can't do that shit now, though. Fine. I start to walk away when his voice booms from behind me. Just because I'll leave it alone doesn't mean Roman will. He's going to burn you alive for being attached to her. I know my father, and Widow is right. He's going to make a big deal. Tell me that my feelings got in the way of my obligation to the Brotherhood. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Guess we'll never really know now, will we? Well then, we might as well make a show out of it.
Chapter 12. Take the risk or love the chance. Written by Brittany. Cat. The next morning came quicker than I anticipated. As soon as I woke up, I saw that Damon wasn't in the bed. Instantly, fear rippled through my body, until I was distracted with a light rap to my bedroom door. It was my mom and all of my dads. Over the years, I couldn't tell you how much they had changed, how their hair has slowly faded now, how lines have appeared over their faces. I don't even remember what we were talking about, just that the day had passed in a blur. The four of us didn't leave the comfortability of my uncle's basement. Honestly, I didn't want to. I wanted to stay here and catch up with them, even though that I knew spending one day with them wouldn't make up for the countless years that I wasn't here. It was my fault, you know? I don't know if Ashley told you what had happened, but I sent her back in for her purse. I shouldn't have done that. I was just being lazy, and I should have walked in with her. Then, none of this would have happened. You don't know that for sure, Catherine. Please don't blame yourself for this. It wasn't your fault that a psychotic man came after you. My mom trails off into a big apology about how it was truly her fault, and I shouldn't be doing this to myself. I've had a lot of years to do this to myself, lots and lots of them. I tuned her out after a certain point, looking up at the clock on the wall, noticing how it's already past 6 in the evening. Where did this day go? We have something we need to tell you, she stammers. I glance to her, then meet each one of my father's eyes. It's not bad. Don't fret, my dad Tex tells me. Yeah, it's not anything to worry about, Pops adds. I don't think she's gonna worry or fret over the fact she has 2 baby sisters, Daddy grumbles, glaring at the rest of them. I'm shocked. Or maybe shocked isn't even the right word for it. Wait, what? I really want to kill your daddy right now, but I was pregnant when you were taken. Then after, I had another baby who was completely unplanned, but, well, Mom, why are you acting like you committed a crime? It's fine. Daddy, why didn't you tell me last night? I look to my right, sitting comfortably on the couch, and glare with all of the fire inside of me. He could have told me, then this wouldn't have been sprung on me like this. I won't lie, it feels odd to know that they continued to be somewhat okay even after I was gone. Is it wrong that I feel this way? Or is it wrong that I feel like they should have been on the ground, screaming with grief? Jordan and Nova are their names. I'm sure you'll see them in the clubhouse later tonight. They were out with Saffron's daughter, Sydney, today. Do they know about me? I ask, curious as to what they told them. Yeah, we didn't give them all the details, but they knew you went missing when you were a kid, and as of last night, you were home. They both wanted to come and meet you then, but we felt it was best if you had a night of sleep to process your day, and if we all got to speak with you first. It probably was a good idea. I don't even know how I would have reacted last night after finding out so much. Damon knowing my family, lying to me for years, being reunited with my family, and then finding out I had 2 little sisters. I probably would have spiraled, screaming about how my family didn't love me if they could have just moved on like that. I'm glad that they gave me the night. The few hours of rest gave me a clear head. Now, at least, I know I won't be a bitch when I meet them. I won't lie, though. I'm still wondering about... Did you just give up on searching for me? I ask them, blunt as ever. I'd wondered about it time and time again, the thought plaguing my mind over the years. I tried so hard not to think about my family, so I didn't. Instead, I wondered about this, if they just stopped looking. No, not at all, baby, Pops mutters, his voice choking through his words. I think now that maybe I shouldn't have asked this. It was bound to be a hard question for them to answer. But the guilt-filled expressions that cover their faces make me feel just as bad, if not worse. We had no information, no witnesses, nothing. All we could do was run down a list of potential people who could have taken you and what they would have wanted. We thought that he was a possibility and even had planted scouts around the Demon's clubhouse.
No one had ever seen you, but you were right there this entire time.
He didn't move me to the main clubhouse until a couple years ago, I tell them, looking at each of them in the eyes as I continue to speak. He moved me from Washington, Oklahoma, and then to Nevada.
They said that they never spotted Rage in Nevada either,
my mom mumbles, dragging her nails into the palm of her hand, a move that I know so well. I guess now it all makes sense. He knew that you'd be keeping an eye out for him, and of course you'd send someone to overlook the Nevada clubhouse. Probably didn't even think about the other charters because there are so many spread out across the states. He used that to his advantage. My father's all nod at my assessment. Even now I can see the shame spreading through them, the misery and chaos this has caused all of us. I want to help. I know a lot, and I can bet that the Reapers have something planned for payback. Let me help. Where's Uncle Fist? I need to tell him what I know now before Rage changes things up. I stand up before my arm is tugged, and I'm flying back against the couch. My daddy wraps his arms around me, holding me close, his scruff against my shoulder. No, we have plenty of time for that later. Today is about celebrating the fact that you're home. Tomorrow we will worry about business and how we'll fuck up those cockroaches. Today we rest. Today we live in this moment, understand? I turn behind me, listening to his stern voice as he speaks. My sailor mouth, rugged daddy, is being strict with me right now, and the only thing I can do is simply nod. There's no point in arguing. I'll do what he wants today, but first thing tomorrow morning, I'm speaking with my uncle, whether my daddy likes it or not.
Chapter 13. Owning your story is the bravest thing you'll ever do. Brené Brown. Damon. I may have known the Monroes, the royal family behind the Reapers MC. However, I didn't know all of their members. Today is where that changes. I'm familiar with Zane and Cade, the adoptive twins of Fist Monroe, also Ashley's two older knucklehead brothers. Cracker is Fist's brother and VP. Of course, I know of Black Jack, since he's Ashley's old man and they have a daughter now. I think her name is Noelle? I can't fucking remember. Amara told me a few weeks back when I snuck out for a day. Even though I'm my father's puppet, sometimes we all need a break, an escape. Outside of the main family, I didn't pay much attention to the Reapers. I was more concerned on learning who was who in the demons. I've been sitting here in their clubhouse with Widow, drinking at a table in the far end of the room. Pool tables, a couple of booths, and what looks to be some sort of gambling tables fill the space. I'm not a man who gambles, so I can't say which game they play, but I recognize it. It's something they use in the casinos. Now that I think about it, it's probably a table they play blackjack on. He's not going to be happy, Widow reminds me. When is he ever happy? I retort, bringing the whiskey to my lips, taking a heavy drag. I glance up to the clock and see it's now past 7 in the evening. Kat has been sitting in the basement with her parents all day long. I didn't want to interrupt, and I won't. They have a lot to catch up on after her being gone for all of these years, and it's refreshing to know that they're spending time together. I'm so happy for her. You wouldn't catch me dead spending that much time with my crazy family. If he wants the demons, he can just fucking take them. Does he think it will be hard now? The Reapers will be looking for blood. The second Fist lays down his plan, I'm sure as hell going to mark those clubhouse walls a lovely shade of crimson. Widow smiles, leaning back in his chair. What's that for? Can't say I've ever seen you this happy to kill. I know the people in the demons. They're atrocities, the lowest of the low. Those are the men my father didn't take when he had his blowout with Rage years ago. My father took the decent men, while Rage kept patching anyone who wanted in. I know how these men are. I had to fucking live with them.
So yes, this time I'm happy to end lives. This isn't just about the type of scum the demons are. This is about the girl. Of course it is, I grumble. Bringing the whiskey back to my lips, I take another sip, overlooking my surroundings. The club is decently packed tonight. I see nomads as well as reapers here, in addition to Widow being the only Brotherhood member. The reapers run their club much differently. Fist dabbles in the drug trade, using it as a way to keep the club afloat. It brings in a lot of cash, so I can't blame him there. I just wonder if the brothers dabble with the drugs, or if Fist makes it a rule for them to stay clean. They have club whores here. I don't know their names, but I see quite a few, especially this beautiful Asian one that Fist keeps around him. He doesn't pay any mind to the others, even as they ogle over him. That's the thing about club whores. They all want the prez, but the prez hardly ever wants them. The main patched brothers are Dracus, Bolt, Booger, Cade, Zane, Zorro, Grim, Dixon, Hawk, Bull, Tank, and Axel. I've been looking at their cuts to learn their names. Bolt and Dracus are 2 out of the 3 fathers that Cat has. If that isn't confusing as shit, I don't know what is. Fist brings the beautiful Asian woman on top of his lap, muttering what I can imagine are filthy-filled words into her ear. The moment her cheeks flush with a bright filled red, I know it to be true. From the corner of my eye, I see the brother named Booger at the bar. I've overheard a little bit about the beauty he's speaking to. Her name is Camilla, and I know a lot more about her than she knows. My uncles are the cartel. I don't even say that they're the head of it anymore. The cartel is who they are, the air that fills their lungs and the blood that flows through their veins. Raphael is in control, being the eldest Ramirez brother. Next in line is Ali. I don't have a good relationship at all with my uncles, but I will say that my relationship with Ali is better than Raphael. Raphael is a snake. Scum. He would be good friends with Rage, I think. They're similar in many aspects. Amara had told me a few months ago my uncle had been looking for a girl, not a Camilla, but a Maria, and that they were sisters. I doubt I have all the details. Does one ever have all the information? No. She told me a bogus story my uncle spewed about how Maria was his fiancée and had gone missing. He'd hoped that by finding Camilla, she would lead him to her sister. Now listen, I know my uncle. He is just like Rage. They would actually be good friends if my father wasn't telling Raphael how Rage had betrayed the Familia, how he had hurt my mother. Raphael, even with his nature, he holds Familia above all. And my mother, well, she is Familia. I know that this is one of the girls that Raphael seeks, but I have no intention of telling him she's here. In my opinion, she's much safer here, so she will stay. You're paying a lot of attention to Camilla, brother, Blackjack says as he takes a seat next to me, placing his beer on top of the table. Aren't you with Kat? Yeah, not giving Camilla that kind of attention, brother. Just curious about her backstory is all. I listen to Blackjack as he speaks about Camilla, telling me things I already know. Knowledge is power, and you never give too much away. I thought I knew a lot, but until Blackjack spoke to me, I realized that I only knew part of the story. Her sister is with Reed at the Skulls Renegade in Tennessee. A lot of attention has been on her sister, Maria, by the cartel, and it's best that we keep them both separate. If they told Maria, the cartel would be bound to show up, and while we can handle a lot, we can't fucking handle a war with the Ramirezes. Our job is to protect Camilla, so we'll do it. We just have to be careful. No one knows who my uncles are. It's the plus side of your father being the bastard child. No one can tie you with the things your family has done. I'm a Raines, not a Ramirez. What else do you know about her? I inquire. There are rumors, but nothing definitive. I know the girl has a lot of demons. Granted, I understand why. She hasn't exactly had it easy. I nod at his assessment. No, I don't think she has. I think to myself. Booger hops off the bar stool, mutters something to Camilla, and she breaks out into a full toothy grin as he walks away and comes towards us. He takes a seat next to Widow, leaning back in his chair. Fuck. Fist is going to have your head, Boog. Tread carefully with that one. I can't exactly tread carefully when I've been warned to stay away from her, Booger says, glancing back at Camilla. Both of them maintain eye contact for a moment before she darts back down a hallway. He wants you to leave her alone? I ask. Yeah, she's too good for me. Too young for me. All that bullshit. Don't see Fist telling you that, though, Blackjack. Shit. I don't even have as big as an age gap as you and Ash do. There's a difference. Ashley isn't a teenager. Fuck. She's jailbait, I say, looking to Booger, not really sure how that girl is under the age of 18. She's way too developed. No, she's 19, Booger corrects, glaring at Blackjack. Camilla has gone through a lot. The last thing she needs is you fucking with her head. I don't want to fuck with her head, just the other parts of her. He chuckles, staring Blackjack down. Which is exactly why Fist is being so adamant on you staying the hell away from her. I don't give a fuck if that was just a joke or not. It's been made clear for you to keep your distance, and you haven't done it. Camilla isn't one of the club whores. You can't treat her the same way you treat them. I can instantly tell that the Reapers love that girl. Blackjack is looking out for her as an older brother, and I can imagine Fist is looking out for her as he would a daughter. If she was a club whore, I would have already had myself buried deep inside of her. Now that I think about it, it's not like she stopped me from getting to that point. I don't because I respect her and want to get to know her. Sure, I make shitty jokes. It's who I am. Get down from your high and mighty horse, Blackjack. You've been in the same exact place I have. My relationship with Ashley is much different. How about we don't go there? He hisses. Grabbing his beer, he walks away from the table, out through the doors that lead to the club. Well, this is made for an interesting night.
Chapter 14. To know what a person has done and to know who a person is are two very different things. Hannah Kent. Cat. Okay, I know this is freaking whacked as hell, but I'm super excited right now. Ashley is jumping up and down for joy as she helps me pick something to wear tonight. I guess it's a big deal. My first club party since being back home, and I am dubbed the guest of honor. I thought I might feel weird at first, odd, like I shouldn't be here, but I don't. The only thing I feel is a sense of peace, and what a welcomed surprise that was. Don't get me wrong, I know we're not out of the woods yet, and hellfire is bound to come crashing down on us sooner rather than later. But I will enjoy tonight. I'll enjoy the moment. I missed you. My confession slips out, not intending to make this fun occasion something sad. Ashley puts down the jeans that she had in her hands and walks over to me, trapping me in the tightest hug known to man. I missed you too, way more than you think I did, I'm sure of it. I never stopped thinking about you. Every single day I prayed, hoping you were still alive. I'm so glad you're home. I keep my arms wrapped around my cousin, holding on to her for dear life. Ashley had always been my best friend. From the moment we were born, it was instantaneous. I pull away, giving her a soft smirk, and go to the bed, looking at the options she laid out for me. When she came down into the basement, the only thing she did was roll her eyes at the selection of clothing Damon had bought for me, disappear into thin air, and came back 30 minutes later with a boatload of clothes. As we rummaged through the clothes she brought me, Ashley filled me in on the last few years. How her and Blackjack, a man who was handsome as hell, even when we were kids, now are together and have a baby girl named Noelle. And everything that happened with her ex-husband, Harry. It seems that neither of us had it easy. Life is hard, though. It doesn't come easy to anyone, especially Reaper's women. There's always something rough bound to happen. But maybe that's the pessimist slipping out of me. So, you and Damon, huh? She waggles her eyebrows, giggling at me. I grab a pair of cut-off denim shorts in a deep shade of navy, almost black, and pair it with a deep green off-the-shoulder shirt. I get undressed as Ashley does, changing into our outfits that we'll wear tonight in the clubhouse. There's no point in wearing a bra with it, so I don't. Yeah, that happened, I confirm. Not really sure how it happened, but not disappointed that it did. There's something about him that I just can't quite put my fingers on, but I love it. A sense of mystery that maybe I just don't want to figure out. I'm not surprised. I had a feeling it was going to happen. If when we were kids was any indication, I should have known. She laughs, pulling her shirt over her head. What do you mean? I ask curiously, turning around as I sit on the bed that Damon and I shared last night. You don't remember, do you? She smirks devilishly before she laughs and goes on to tell me a story of when we were kids. Apparently, I'd met Damon a couple of times when we were small. I don't remember it, though. Ash goes on, telling me about a little boy named Dee, and then I remember. The three of us had played together a couple of times when we were little. So little that I'm surprised Ashley even remembers it. She goes on to tell me how her and Damon were good friends growing up. But, of course, how her dad would take her when he went to meet with Roman Reigns, the prez of the Brotherhood MC. It doesn't really make me happy when she jokes about her dad probably doing that as a way to pair her with Damon, but the only thing she wanted to do was stab him. It seems like they have an interesting relationship, to say the least. If it makes you feel better, I doubt he remembers Katie either. Ashley laughs, calling me my childhood nickname. I can't help but cringe. I'm so not a Katie. I don't even know who started that. Wait, it was my Uncle Cracker, bastard. Both Ashley and I finish getting dressed and walk out the front door of her dad's house. Can you tell me about Jordan and Nova? I ask her, curious about my sisters. She cocks her head back and laughs. Well, they're actually a lot like you. The three of you could be weird triplets. All of you have the same straight long brown hair. Jordan already has those curves. She's built a lot like Bolt, so that makes sense. And Nova? Well, you'll see. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, except she's the sassiest little thing around here. She runs the roost. Ash laughs, and for some reason, I don't think she's kidding. She's a total spitfire. She's like... Ashley trails off, not saying a thing. Like what? Well, after I thought about it, I can't really compare her to anything else. She's just very, sassy. And sometimes rude? She says it like she questions it. How old is she? 7, going on 40. Oh, well, this is going to be fun, I mumble, causing Ash to laugh next to me. She hooks her arm into mine as we walk down through the field until we reach the clubhouse parking lot, the gravel making crunching sounds under our chucks. For some reason, I'm not as nervous as I thought I was going to be. The second we walk through the doors, I spot Damon immediately and try to walk toward him, but can't as Ash tugs me in another direction. Come on, I have someone I want you to meet. I'm dragged along with Ashley as she approaches the makeshift bar and a cute little Latina girl behind it. Hola, I'm Camilla. You must be Kat, the one Ashley won't shut up about. She giggles and I laugh instantly, brought alive by this girl's personality. Yeah, guess that's me, I mutter, feeling a little odd if I'm being a little open. I'm so used to being closed off, especially from my time with the demons. It's going to take a little bit of getting used to. When it isn't so crazy, we should all hang out, Camilla says. When isn't it crazy? Ashley cackles. Okay, you've got me there. Now, let me make you some margaritas. I watch as Camilla does her thing, moving around the back of the bar, grabbing glasses. I've never tended bar before, so I wouldn't know where to start. But it's like this girl has done it her entire life. Before I know it, there are 2 drinks placed in front of Ashley and me. Go on, take a sip. You'll love it. I made you both mango margaritas tonight. I take the glass in front of me, using my fingers to bring the straw to my lips, and take a sip. The sweet and tart taste hits my taste buds all at once, overwhelming my senses in pleasure. This drink tastes like a freaking fiesta. It's so good. I don't even realize I'm moaning until Ashley starts giggling next to me. Never had a margarita before? Oh, I've had them, just never good ones. I don't pay attention to the time as we sit at the bar, both Ashley and I laughing with Camilla. 1 drink turned into 3. Or maybe it's 4 now? I can't remember, but what I do know is that the warm and fuzzy feeling taking over my body feels amazing, and I don't want it to stop. Camilla mumbled to me about her sister for a second, or maybe she was talking about mine. But which one? All I heard was sister. Yeah, it had to be hers. What do you call a gummy bear with no teeth? Ashley asks us, taking another sip from her margarita. I think you just ruined that joke. It's, what do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear. Camilla laughs, toppling over the bar. Ugh! Where is Bugsy at? Anyone seen him? I glance around the bar, the faces becoming a little blurred, and turn back to Camilla. Who is Bugsy? Booger! I think she's talking about Booger. Ashley giggles, drinking more. You know, Fist doesn't want him to come near me, but I want Boog to come near me, and on me, and in me. Hot damn, someone's a little drunk, Ash comments. I think we're all a little drunk. I hiccup, giggling afterwards. Tell your padre to leave Boog alone. He's gonna scare him off, and I like him. I feel safe around him, Ashley. He's not the way you all think he is with me. He's nice and sweet and genuine. What's the word? Genuine, I say. Yes, that. He's older than you, Ashley grumbles, looking up at Camilla. Like you've got room to talk. Okay, fine. I'll see what I can do. But once my dad makes up his mind, there's not really any changing it. Well, if he doesn't, then it's too bad for him. I don't plan on being alone my entire life here. I want to be happy, and Fist is the person holding me back from that. What if Boog is my happiness? And if he isn't, what if someone else is? Either way, your dad told them all to stay away, and Boog is the one who doesn't care, who still wants to get to know me. True, he's fighting for you. Ashley smiles, and I do too. Camilla pops 3 shots on the table, filling them up with tequila. On 3. 1, 2, 3. We all grab the shots at the same time and slam them back, letting the liquid hit our stomach. The heat radiates through me, making me feel alive, something I haven't felt in such a long time. Hands envelop me, wrapping around my waist, and a chest presses up against me. I let out a shriek and look up. A devilish smirk greets me. You a little drunk, kitten? I make a deep-throated sound, looking into his eyes. Ah, and she purrs. So I'll take that as a yes. I murmur, snaking my hand up his chest, bringing his head down to my neck. I speak softly, over the loud chatter of everyone around us. I don't want to purr. I want you to make me scream. Damon turns me towards him, sliding his hands around me, and pulls me into his arms. I wrap my legs around him, laying my head on his chest as he walks us out of the clubhouse. I hear mumbled goodbyes, and then we're out in the hot Montana air. He walks us up to the house, opening the door, and sets me down on the ground. I waver from the left to the right, the alcohol overtaking my system. Fuck. You know they're all still at the club, baby. That's good news for us. I giggle, grabbing onto his shirt, tugging him towards me as I stammer backwards. I hit a chair at the dining room table, moving my hands to unbutton my shorts and slide them down my legs, kicking them off. I'm left bare to him in a deep purple lace thong. Oh, kitty, do you want to play? I answer with my throaty purr, bringing my nails up his chest, feeling his hardened muscles underneath my touch. That's what I thought, he grumbles, pressing his hips against mine, rolling against me. He teases, the denim of his jeans hitting my clit, sending little shockwaves down my body. Damon, I whimper, moving my hands further up his chest until they're resting on his shoulders. All I do is stare into his eyes, looking into the abyss that drives me wild. Like a mind reader, he unzips his pants, freeing his cock, and moves the lace out of his way, lining himself up at my entrance. He slides his hands around me, plopping my ass on the table as he drives into me in one thrust. I cry out, my pussy adjusting to his size. He fills me up, rocking himself in and out of me with force. There is no short and sweet tonight, and it's not what I want. It isn't what I crave. I yearn for him to be a savage, to take me the way I've wanted him to. Don't be nice. Don't be sweet. Take me like I'm his. He told me the other day that he belonged to me. Well, what he doesn't realize is that I belong to him. We belong to one another. Oh, fuck, I scream as he hits my G-spot repeatedly. I dig my teeth into his shoulder, breathing against his flesh. Damn it, what the fuck has gotten into you, he hisses, almost sounding like he's pissed, but I know he isn't. Damon loves every second of this. You have, I mumble, bringing my teeth from his skin, watching him thrust in and out of me. When I glance back to him, his eyes burn right through me. There's something unnatural to me about how he makes me feel. How I can feel so comfortable, so open. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced. Such a little smartass, aren't you? Damon growls, bringing his hand down heavy on my ass. Heat spreads through it after his hand lands on me. I hook my legs around his waist, begging to bring him closer, and lean back, lifting my hips up just a tiny bit. Bingo. Oh my God, oh fuck, I moan. He wraps his arms around me, pulling me close to him, forehead to forehead, nose next to one another. Our breath is hot and heavy, hitting each other's lips, pleasure-filled sounds echoing through the house. I can feel him throbbing inside of me, the way his cock grows, wanting to fill me. Please, I beg, opening my eyes, looking to him. His hand shoots to my clit, rubbing hard as he pounds himself into me. Our skin slapping together is heard over our joint moans, both of our climaxes hitting at the exact same time. He has me in a lock, unable to move as I thrash against him, my body pleading for more. He lifts me up, off of the table, grabs my shorts, and walks us down the stairwell into our room. "Damon," I mumble, resting my head against his shoulder. "I know, baby, I know." He takes my shirt off, setting me down onto the bed, and undresses himself. After he slides into bed next to me, his arms wrap around my body, tugging me close. A place I love to be. "Go to sleep, kitten," he whispers into my ear. And I do. Chapter 15. You deserve the world, even if that means giving it to yourself. R. H. Sin. Cat. I'm a little nervous to meet them, I admit to Damon as he slides on his jeans. The last couple days have been a wild ride, and there's no doubt in my mind that they're going to continue to be crazy. I thought that I'd meet my little sisters last night, but it didn't happen. I'm not sure why, but I didn't ask either. So much has changed in the last couple days that I wasn't putting pressure on it. I want to meet them, I really do. I just have to acclimate to everything that's been happening, and that's hard. I can't express how difficult it is to hate your life every day because you're living in a prison, to try to smile and accept that you're finally the one place you've wanted to be. Home. I'm finally home, and yet the demons that plague my mind are still fucking with me. I wonder if they'll go away, if I'll ever find peace and rid myself of them. I laugh, because I already know the answer to that. No matter what happens, my demons will always be in my mind, haunting me for the rest of my days. I just need to learn how to live with them. "Only a little bit?" he asks, bringing me back to reality and out of my own mind. I sit up on the bed, pulling the covers close to me, as if they'll shield me from just how uncomfortable I really am. "A lot of it," I mumble, looking up at him. "What is it?" Damon asks. He buttons the front of his jeans, turns sharply, and goes into the closet of our bedroom, disappearing for a moment before he comes back out with the shirt in hand. "Do you think—" I cut him off before he even finishes, pretty confident that I know what it is he's thinking. "I don't think that they just forgot about me, if that's what you're insinuating," I grumble. "I wouldn't blame you for being upset if you did, baby, but they didn't. From what I know, they were always looking for you. It's not like your little sisters were somehow here to replace the empty hole in their hearts." Wow. I say wow because I didn't realize until this moment that I was subconsciously thinking that very thing, that my sisters are here to replace the loss of me. I mean, I know that they aren't, but it kind of feels like it in a weird way. "As much as I knew you were going to deny that shit," Damon shakes his head from side to side, "I also know a bit how that brain of yours works. You may say one thing, baby, but your eyes tell me a different story. I can see past that facade you put on for everyone else, and you'd best realize that sooner rather than later." "You're my personal bullshit detector." I smile, staring up at him as I say it, unable to keep my soft giggle to myself. He takes a few steps over to his duffel bag that sits on the dresser on the far side of the room. Before he unzips it, I know what he's going for. The pills. Damon has somehow been keeping track and giving me a little bit here and there. Honestly, I'm surprised that I'm not dead yet. I'm sure that I would have been if he didn't know what he was doing. He knew that he had to wean me off slowly, and it would make when I went through withdrawal a little easier. Either way, it would suck, but it would suck a little bit less going this route. So I was all for the easier way out. Damon comes back over to me and hands me the pill. I take it from him, pop it on my tongue, and swallow. This is happening less and less, which means my body will slowly start to adjust to having the drugs even less. I hate rage for many reasons, having a list practically a mile high. But when he started having me test the drugs we were running in the club, it made me hate him on a completely different level. I never knew I could hate someone so much in my life until Rage. You have to meet your sisters for the first time, and I'll be seeing my father today, Damon tells me. I don't know too much about his father, but from the way Damon's face looks right now, I'm not sure I want to. There's something you're not telling me. I say it plain as day. The thing is, I know secrets. I'm a girl with plenty of them, and Damon is looking like he has quite the closet filled with skeletons, too. There's a lot I don't tell you when it comes to my familia, Kat. He says family with a Latino twang that I've never heard come out of him. Boy, was it hot. What are you waiting for? Just tell me. Damon laughs. It's not that simple. Nothing ever is when it comes to the Rains. I think I know more than you think. Your dad is the prez of the Brotherhood, MC. He's the guy who took about half of the brothers from the demons a couple decades ago, yeah? He nods at me, sliding his shirt on. You know the basics, baby. I guess it's about time I tell you a little about me, since I know practically everything about you. Yes, my father is Roman Reigns, and yes, he is the prez of the Brotherhood. Now, this isn't public information. I'm only telling you this because you matter to me, and because I feel terrible for not telling you everything that I knew about you when I had the chance. I need you to promise me that you won't say anything about this outside of this bedroom, okay? I nod once, showing Damon that I understand him. My father is the half-brother to Rafael Ramirez, the head of... He starts to tell me how he is related to the leader of the Mexican cartel. I start to tune him out, my own thoughts running rapid through my mind. Damon's uncle is Rafael Ramirez? What in the fuck? This just doesn't make any sense to me. Why would he be... Why were you with the demons? This doesn't make any sense. You're basically the cartel, and your dad is the prez of a notorious MC. So why were you in the demons? None of this is adding up. It's all hella confusing, and I deserve answers. I'm just a pawn in my father's game, baby. I wasn't just there because Fist and Ashley asked me to watch over you. It was because my father and uncles needed me to find out who's been supplying Rage with the drugs for the demons. What? Why would they need to find out that they've been selling the drugs to Rage? I ask, completely confused. I thought it didn't make sense before. Now it makes zero sense at all. What are you talking about? Rage has tested out a few other people, but he buys everything from Rafael, giving him the intel on who's trying to swoop into his territory. Rage has been buying drugs from Rafael. So why would Rafael need to know that Rage has been buying drugs from him? He already knows. He's the one selling the shit. That makes no sense. You're telling me, I scoff, furrowing my eyebrows. I know for a fact that Rage buys his drugs from Rafael Ramirez. They're both in an agreement that Rage will buy drugs from the minnows, as I've overheard Rafael call them, so that Rafael can find out who is trying to take over his area. Unless... There's missing information here. Why else would your uncle send you? It would be pointless to send you when they already have a business relationship established. I don't say what I'm thinking, because I am not a Rains, and I don't have the right to tell him what is going through my mind. All I can think about is how Damon's father didn't figure this out already. What are you thinking, really? Damon focuses his eyes on me. I look over to the other side of the room for a moment, and Damon meets his eyes with my own when I look back. Tell me what you're thinking. It looks to me like your uncles are testing you. The question is, why? Something tells me that Damon is going to find out why. I'm guessing it's a good idea that his father will be here soon. Even after all of my time with Rage, I still don't understand how he operates. For once, I don't think it's Rage. I think Rafael Ramirez must have something up his sleeve. Of course, both of their reputations precede them. They're two nasty snakes, and my mom always told me as a little girl, the only good snake is a dead one.
Chapter 16. He chose her, for she could still color his life with her broken crayons. At written by him. Damon. I've been sitting in the clubhouse for well over 3 hours with Widow, waiting on the Royal Highness himself, my father. After my conversation with Kat this morning, I'm even more confused than I've ever been. Every small detail of our talk runs through my mind. I keep thinking that if I can just remember everything, I'll somehow understand what the fuck is going on. It's pointless, though. I don't understand what is going on, 'cause it's a damn clusterfuck. And honestly, I think Kat is right. I think my uncles are testing us, so there begs the question of why. Damn, with the way you look at her all the time, I figured she's been giving it up. Guess not, though. Widow chuckles from across the table, leaving his cigarette hanging from his mouth while he crosses his arms and leans back into his chair. What are you trying to get at? I'm getting plenty, I grumble, annoyed that he's thinking something light is on my mind when it's the entire reason I was with the demons. To find out my being there was for what? To keep me preoccupied? It pisses me off. Why so serious, then? I don't know, Joker. Can't a man be serious when he finds out shit that changes everything he thought he knew? I snap loudly. A few of the club whores turn to look over at us with my sudden outburst. I wave a hand, signaling to them that everything is fine. Like I said, I'm pissed. Fuck. What's got your panties in a bunch? Did you listen to a word I just said? It doesn't even matter. Whenever my father shows up, I just have to tell him everything anyway. You mean your father and Amara? Widow says to me. I redirect my gaze to the door that leads into the club, but once I fully register what Widow just said, I move my gaze and look back to him. What did you just say? Your favorite little sister is coming too. Widow smirks, chuckling at himself. He knows Amara and I don't have the best relationship. She may be my sister, and while I love her, she's the biggest pain in my ass. If Rose was coming, I wouldn't be making this face at you. I point to my face, showing the displeased look that I just can't hide. I'm sure that maybe there is a small chance that Amara will be pleasant, but I refuse to get my hopes up. The only time she's ever okay to deal with is when she's drunk. I sit there for what feels like an eternity with Widow. All I can do is wonder how Kat's day is going. It has to be an interesting one for her as well, considering she's meeting her two sisters. Right before we both left to do our separate things that this day called for, she asked me what having sisters was like. I filtered myself and told her that they were a blessing. Sometimes they can be assholes, but I still love my own. I just hope I eased her worries a little bit and didn't make her even more nervous than I know she already is. Today isn't easy for her, and if my father wasn't coming, then I would have gone with her. Then again, maybe it's better she went alone. I'm not sure. I'll find out everything I need to later today. The door opens to the club, and at the sound of her heels hitting the wood floor, I know exactly who it is. Looking up, she looks dressed to kill. Wearing leather leggings, a gray tank top way too small for her body if you asked me, with those boots she called her shit kickers. Looking down to my own boots, I just think how mine are the real shit kickers here. She grabs the attention of every biker in the damn club, and even the whores give her nasty looks. They should, though. My sister is everything that they want to be. Fueled with power and blessed with the good old familia genes. Day, she smiles.
uttering my nickname as she walks her way across the floor to where Widow and I sit. She slides on Widow's lap and gives him a kiss. Hola, Rana. The way she purrs it out of her mouth makes me want to do nothing but vomit. Not a fucking spider. Stop calling me that, he growls, biting her bottom lip. Oh, and look who has been brushing up on his Spanish. She smirks as she pulls away, eyes lingering over him. I lean my arms over the table in front of us, thinking about how to say what I need to. There's no way to sugarcoat it, so it's best I just spit it out. I don't give a shit if you two are fucking. I couldn't honestly care less. If you are and Dad doesn't know about it, keep it that way. I doubt he's given his stamp of approval on this one. I point to Widow before I look to him. I know very well that A can take care of herself, but I'll tell you now that if you break her heart, I'll be forced to break both of your knees. Stop with the dramatics, Damon. What Papa doesn't know won't kill him. And as far as my heart goes, there's nothing to break. I don't have one. Amara plays it off like she is this ice queen, and some days she sure as hell is. But she's a Rains, and we all have the biggest hearts. She's just great at keeping hers hidden. You know you're never going to mean as much as Melody does to him, right? Why put yourself in a position to be let down? What's going to happen when he wants Melody again? I can't help it. My overprotective brotherness is slipping out. Whoa, hold the fuck up. Amara is a fucking adult and can make decisions for herself. Yeah, and you're right about Mel. She'll always have a special place in my heart. There's no denying that. First loves kind of do that shit to you. But don't you dare compare A to Mel. Ever. I don't fucking want Mel. I just want her to stay the fuck away from me. Widow hisses out. His arm wraps around my sister, pulling her closer to him. I'm only doing what you are, even if you don't want to admit it. Don't tell me you haven't compared them. We both know how you are. You're a fucking bastard. Tell me something I don't know, Widow hisses. We glare at each other like we're about to rip each other's throats out, and we sure as hell might. I don't give a fuck if he's fucking club ass, but Amara isn't that. She's my baby sister. He's going to fucking hurt her, and I can see it coming. Oh, boys, put your dicks away. This isn't a measuring contest. I have to go check in on Papa anyway. She gives Widow a lingering kiss, mumbling something against his lips that causes him to laugh and go, Where's he at anyway? I ask her as she gets up from Widow's lap. Talking to Fist. You didn't assume he was just here because of your fuck-up, did you? Well, kind of. What business does he have with Fist? Hell if I know. You can ask him yourself. I have a feeling I'll be doing just that, and asking quite a bit more. Chapter 17. The art of knowing is knowing what to ignore. Rumi. Damon. It's about damn time you explain yourself to me. Shit. It's the first thing he says out of his mouth as my father walks into church, slamming the door behind him. Fist is letting us use it for our lovely little family reunion, and it's good he is. It's bound to get loud, and these walls look to be pretty thick. I can say the same to you, I grumble, my words coming out thick, laced with lead. I'm so much more than just pissed at this point. I'm fucking furious. Excuse me? Remember who it is you're talking to, boy. Save the respect bullshit for when you finally start showing me an ounce of it. I want to fucking know what the hell I've been doing in that club for the last few years. I want to fucking know why I've been trying to figure out who's been selling the demon's drugs when it's been Raphael this entire fucking time. Explain that to me. He takes in a deep breath before my very eyes, furrowing his brows in a serious manner. How did you discover this information? Fuck. This bastard isn't even shocked. You knew about this, I state flatly. He nods once before walking around the table and taking a seat. I stand there, unable to sit down. My entire body is shaking with anger. What the fuck was I doing there, really? I demand to know the answer. He lied to me, not once, not twice, but multiple times over the course of years. My bidding, as is your job. I can't believe the audacity that he has, but I should know better. This man isn't just my father, he's Roman Reigns, which means he will do whatever needs to be done to stay on top of the food chain. All of my investigating was for what exactly? To keep you preoccupied until I needed you? You're an incorrigible bastard. You had me waste my time on a fool's errand while I'm sure you were plotting your way to take Rage down. Is that it? It seems you're finally catching up. Good of you. Although, I'll admit you're a little slow. I start to pace, the anger flowing through my body. With every beat of my heart, the anger radiates more and more. I don't think I have ever been this furious in my entire life. You just needed a man inside. That's all you needed, for me to do your bidding when the time came. Now I understand. You wanted me to believe I was doing something more than just being your little bitch boy. You said it, not me. Motherfucker. When Rage is finally dead, you will get the Nevada chapter. It will be yours to run, an extension of the Brotherhood. I'll have Lion and Ashton take 2 other chapters and disperse the rest of the clubhouses amongst my most trusted. It's time that the demons go back to the depths of hell where they belong. I stay silent, thinking about what he is telling me. The demons will go back to the depths of hell, and I will be getting my clubhouse. But what my father doesn't know is that it won't be for him. It won't be for the Brotherhood. I will not give him anything else, not after everything he has done. I'll take the club, but it won't be for him. It will be for me, and for a prez that I respect. When it's all said and done, I may lose my father over this, but it may be worth it. I just can't stand by and allow myself to be used as a pawn, to be played whenever he feels like it. He speaks of respect, but doesn't dare to show me any himself. There's one man who has shown me respect. He has treated me as if he would treat any other, not giving me special treatment because of who my father is, even though they are friends and have been for many years. Fist. I will take the clubhouse, but it will be for the Reapers. My father just doesn't know it yet. You're coming with us tonight. We need to go home, and since you're no longer of use to me anymore... He trails off, telling me how I need to go home to see my family, how my mother misses me, how I suddenly have all of these obligations. Fuck it and fuck him. You couldn't just leave the girl alone, could you? There was a bigger picture, a larger goal. You're just lucky that you didn't fuck it all up for me. I was asked to look over her, and I did. I don't remember asking for your permission, or your opinions, for that matter. He slams his fist against the table, causing it to rattle loudly. Do you think this is a joke, boy? This, our livelihood, our right. After everything that has happened, we are taking back what is rightfully ours, and you almost jeopardized all of it. For what? Pussy? I can't hold back anymore. I jump across the table so quick he didn't see it coming, flying my fist straight into his jaw. I feel the crack of my knuckles against his cheekbone, of flesh on flesh. I hadn't hit a man in ages. I saw it as pointless. To use fists was pointless. Guns were much more effective. However, I don't want to shoot my father. I just want him to know that he crossed a line, to see the error in his ways. She's nothing but a distraction for you. I need you level-headed and clear. Do you understand that? He roars at me while he shoves my body down onto the table. We're both huge, our bodies packed with muscle. I didn't realize how well we would match one another, but I was dumb to think that with one punch to the face, he'd give up easily. My father grabs my throat, squeezing tightly. Everything I do is for our family. Don't you see that? It is for your mother, for you, for Amara, Rose, Ashton, and Lion. Every single thing I do is for you. No. I try to speak, but his grip is too tight around my throat. He lets up, releasing me as he takes a step back. No, it isn't. You only do things for yourself. Save me the family man bullshit speech. I cough, glaring at him. You need to come home and leave that fucking girl here to heal with her family. I'm not going with you. I'm staying with my girl. I think for a moment about what to do, when there is only one thing that I can do. I have only been disrespected by this man, been challenged, been ridiculed and talked down to. This isn't the man that I want to call a prez, or the type of father I want. I'm out. I take my cut off and throw it at him before I walk out of the doors to church. I'm met with many stares, including Widow's and Amara's. Her mouth is gaping open. Widow is looking at me with an expression filled with concern. I'm sure they're wondering what the fuck I just did. I just gave myself freedom, and I don't regret it. I don't stop as I walk out the doors of the club and jump on the back of the Harley that Cade gave me. I just need to ride. Ride and forget about this fucked up day and all the fucked up things that happened. I can only hope that Kat's day has gone better.
Chapter 18. I still remember the days that I prayed for everything I have now. Anonymous. Kat. I was supposed to be outside 20 minutes ago, but they were running late, and I decided it was best to wait inside my uncle's house, which I guess I can refer to as my home at this point. I don't think Damon and I are looking for other sleeping arrangements, especially now. It's not like anyone bothers us here, and we get a hell of a lot more privacy staying at my Uncle Fist's opposed to grabbing a room in the clubhouse. I glance over to the clock on the oven and see 1:40 flashing. They're 10 minutes late. There's no denying how restless I am about today. Over the years, there were many times where I was nervous, or maybe even fearful. But this is so much different. I walk into the small bathroom that sits just behind the kitchen and turn the water on, thankful that no one is in the house and I'm currently alone. I hope that the sound of the water hitting the bottom of the stone, going down the drain, will somehow offer me some solace, some shred of peace, or maybe even soothe me, but it doesn't. I stare into the mirror, faced with my reflection. I see a girl who has come so far, yet falls into the same bad habits. I pull up my black tank top and run my finger over the small scars that mark my stomach. I've put every single one of them here. Each of them are my own way of dealing with difficult situation, and today is difficult, to say the least. I open the cabinet, searching for what I hope will be there. This is a bathroom, after all. There has to be one around. If I couldn't find something in here, I'd have no shame in going to the kitchen and grabbing a knife. Just as I'm about to shut the door, I see a razor. The blade glistens in the light, calling out to me. Or maybe that's just my fucked up mind telling me that putting the blade to my skin will make me feel better. I know, I'm fucked up. Hell, maybe I'm even worse than fucked up, whatever that is anyway. All I can say is how I feel like when the blade digs into my skin and the blood slowly starts to spill out. I feel a release. There are days where I feel numb, and there are worse days where I feel like I am sinking into the ground, being swallowed up by everything and anything around me. I don't really know what that is, if it's depression, anxiety, or bipolar disorder. I've never had the luxury of going to a psychiatrist, but I manage on my own, as I've had to do for years. Cutting is one way I can manage my emotional pain, so I do. I pick up the blade and grab the alcohol I see sitting next to it. Opening the bottle, I pour it over the blade and over my skin where I intend to cut. I've been doing this long enough to know what is safe and what isn't. Never will I be careless. I breathe in slowly as the cold blade comes into contact with my skin. slowly beginning to drag it to where it's tearing my skin apart. I look down and watch the crimson blood slowly spill down my stomach. I stop myself at 1 inch. I don't ever cut over an inch. It's a hidden rule that I have for myself. My golden rule of sorts. The pain of the cut beats through my stomach. I can feel the pulse that happens after you cut yourself. You know, right after a deep cut, how you can almost feel the beat of your heart in the location of the cut. I love this feeling. It makes me feel content, happy even. I hear the storm door swing open and drop the razor blade in the trash can next to the sink, placing the alcohol back into the cabinet and shut the door. I wash my hands quickly and fix my shirt so it covers my wound, then open the door and walk out of the bathroom. "You ready?" I give a half smile to my daddy in response to his question. He had me walk out to the front of my uncle's house before I hopped on the back of his bike and we rode down the interstate a few miles, turned onto an old dirt road, and I instantly recognized where we were going. There was a tiny creek not too far from the clubhouse. It was maybe 15 minutes away, tops. We pull down onto gravel, and I smile, breathing in deeply. When I was a little girl, I used to demand that he'd bring me here. Well, not him specifically, any of my fathers, and they always obliged. I had them wrapped around my pretty little finger. He turns the bike off, kicking up the stand, and I dismount first, taking in my surroundings. It's funny how so much changes over the years, and yet nature does, but doesn't. Nature somehow remains the same. I hear bouts of laughter and see 2 young girls come running up the hill. "Daddy, we heard your bike!" The smaller one spits out, her eyes on him, while the girl standing next to her can't keep her eyes off of me. "You must be Kat," she mutters softly, looking to the smaller girl and then back to me. "The resemblance is uncanny." The girl maybe looks to be 10 and speaks like she's in her 40s. I can already tell she's smart. "This is Jordan." My daddy points to the smart girl and then to the shorter one. "And this is Nova." Nova runs up and jumps into his arms on cue, and I can't help but smile. I did the same thing when I was around her age. I follow the 3 of them as they walk down to the creek that I spent so much time at as a child. As we approach, I see my mom, dad, and Pop. It's set up like a small picnic. Baskets lay around a flannel blanket that sits on the ground, and I can see their beaming smiles as we quickly approach. "I think Daddy forgot the mayo," Nova shouts in their direction, and the group of them burst out into laughter. "Fuck, I did forget that," he says lowly. I don't know how much time has passed as I sit down and eat with my family, discovering the smallest things about the 2 little girls who I share blood with. We all look similar in our own unique ways, and it is interesting to not be an only child anymore, especially after all of this time. Nova and Jordan run off with my dads, and I'm left alone with my mom. This is the first time we've been left alone together since I've been back. Her eyes rake up and down my body, and she sees the scars. I watch as she stares at them, not able to look away. "He told me that rage didn't do that to you." "No, he didn't," I confirm, looking at the scars that mark my inner arms. It's funny, even my sisters didn't look. Kids could care less about a person's physical appearance being different than their own. I'm sorry for what you went through. I know what that was like, and I am just... If I could have traded places with you, I would have in a heartbeat, Catherine. I blink a few times at what she's just said to me. Maybe I should think it's sweet that she's said this, but I don't. I can't say a thing because I'm flabbergasted on how she could think her experience and mine were anything alike. I can guarantee that they weren't. There is no doubt in my mind about that.
I just wish that I could have taken that pain from you. I remember all of the things that...
She goes on, telling me in full detail what she experienced. I'm furious, because today isn't some PTSD therapy session for my mom, or for me. It's about being introduced to my two lovely sisters and having family bonding time. Why on earth would I want my past dug up? Why would I want to relive my own haunting memories by hearing about her experience? I don't, plain and simple. I don't want to hear a damn thing. I want to bury the awful parts of my past in the ground and never have them see the light of day ever again. That is what I want. I sit here and I listen over and over at every torturous thing my mother went through. With every word, I'm reliving my own past, and I'm praying for this day to end. This is not how I imagined it. This day has exhausted me in ways that I never thought possible. Emotions ran high, and thoughts plagued my mind, no matter how hard I tried for them not to. The only thing I want to do now is snuggle in bed with Damon. I make my way up the stairwell of my uncle's house and don't even bother to greet anyone who sits in his living room. I think I saw Ashley with Noelle, but I was just too exhausted to speak to anyone else. I'm drained. It's as plain and simple as that. Making my way down the stairs, I beeline straight for my bedroom. Once I'm inside, I slip out of my clothes and lift up the comforter, sliding in under the warmth, inching closer to Damon. He grumbles, sounding sleepy as ever. I missed you today, I mumble, snuggling my head into his chest. Today wasn't easy in the slightest. It was hard, and I still have a million emotions flying around in my head that I don't quite understand. My hope is that I'll get some rest and, in the morning, I won't be feeling the same way as I am right now. Confused. I missed you too, baby. You have no idea. Damon pulls me closer. Wrapping his arms around me, he presses his lips to my forehead, speaking against my skin. How'd your day go? Good? It went. I'm just exhausted after everything. How was your day? I ask, hoping that I won't have to talk to him about how I'm feeling right now. It was a day. I threw my brotherhood cut at my father and told him to go fuck himself, basically. What? I shoot up from the bed, rising to my knees. The light from our bathroom is on, giving the room a little illumination so I can make out his features. Damn, Cat, you don't have to be so loud. He reaches his arm back out to me, urging me to come back next to him, and I do. There's a lot of shit with my father that you don't know. You will soon, and I have a feeling you'll understand why he and I don't get along. Doesn't look like he'll be leaving anytime soon, so basically he'll be a giant pain in my ass. Why do you do what you did? I ask, my curiosity getting the best of me. Because, baby, I've made a lot of sacrifices for my family. For him. He chooses not to see what I've done for him, and instead asked me to make another sacrifice, one that I wasn't too keen on making. He wanted me to leave you, to go back home and do whatever else he had planned up his sleeve. That's why I threw my cut at him. Not because of the wild goose chase he had me on, but because of you. He wants me to give you up, and I refuse to do that. I won't do it, not when you're finally where you belong, with me. He pulls me closer, bringing his lips gently to mine, caressing my lips with his own. Moments like this, they make me want to tell him something that I know I'm not ready for. Maybe one day I will be. Today just isn't that day. Chapter 19. Flowers grow back, even after they're stepped on. So will I. Anonymous. Cat. I wake up early, before the sun even starts to shine. I'm not really sure why. I guess the past few nights have left me restless. It's been oddly quiet. Too quiet, if you ask me. I think that people can always sense when trouble is starting to brew, and the heebie-jeebies I'm getting in the pit of my stomach are telling me just that. Something massive is going to happen, and it's going to happen soon. I slide out of bed as quietly as possible and throw on one of Damon's shirts, grabbing a pair of his plaid flannel pants, and sneak out of our bedroom, silently up the stairs until I reach the kitchen. The only thing on my mind is a nice glass of orange juice. I walk over to the cupboards, pulling out a glass, and grab the OJ out of the fridge, pouring myself a nice hefty serving. Looking over to the oven, the clock reads a little past 5:30 in the morning. I'm up way earlier than I should be. Oh well. I simply shrug and walk to the front door, still trying to be quiet as I walk out onto the front porch and head straight towards the swing. It calms me in more ways than I can describe. I stare out onto the vast landscape that my family owns and think about every part of my life that has led up to this point. All of the good memories, the pain, and the misery. All in all, I'm so glad that I'm back home, and if I had to go through it all again to get back here, I think that I would. I may not have said this long ago, but I'm a firm believer that everything happens for a reason. With every experience, there is reasoning behind it. Reasoning that we might not understand in that given moment, but regardless, we go through it for a reason. It's our duty to find out what that reason is. I think right now, I was supposed to go through all of that fucked up shit to land myself back here, with the people that I love and adore. It wasn't easy, but life never is. The front door swings open and out comes Cade. His hair is falling all over his face, a little too long if you ask me. He brings his hand over his forehead, raking his fingers back through his thick brown locks as he walks towards me and plops on the swing. "Never took you as the early bird type," he mutters, pulling out a Zippo and a cigarette from his pocket. He lights it, taking the cigarette to his lips, and inhales as he lights the other end. "I'm not, really, just couldn't sleep," I mutter, bringing the glass to my lips and sipping on the sweet tart orange juice. "You know, we haven't really caught up since you've been back." I look over to him at his careful word choice. Caught up. It is such an interesting phrase. There's not much to catch up on, at least not in my opinion. I was prisoner to a sociopath for years. We don't need to go through every gory detail of my time with the demons. It's not like it's going to help me in any way, somehow make my life any easier. I'll still have those fuckers in my head, regardless how much time has passed. Stuff like that doesn't just go away. That's what no one understands, I murmur, thinking about what my mom had said to me. She just doesn't get it. Sure, she had her own experiences with rage, 1,000,000 years ago, I might add. We did not go through the same thing. She doesn't get to act like she knows what I endured because we are not the same person. It's not like I can just go to sleep one night and forget everything. I can't do that. I wish I could, trust me. "Why do you have to assume I want to talk about your damaged ass? I have my own shit going on." I laugh at him, thankful that for once, this isn't about me. Sure, he might be humoring me, but something in the tone of his voice tells me that he isn't, that he has something he wants to talk about. "The floor is yours, cuz." "Dad's been getting on me a lot lately about finding a girl, about making one of those sweet butts mine. The man doesn't even think about asking if I have a girl, doesn't even think it's an option, I guess." "Do you?" I ask, already knowing the answer. Cade is so easy to read. He always has been. Even when I was a little girl, I could always tell when something was bothering him. Yeah, but it's complicated. Life is complicated, Cade. It's always going to be. She's not someone who Dad would automatically approve of, you know? She's probably the one woman he'd tell me is off limits. But I don't give a fuck. I care about the girl, a lot. She's not just some ass to me. She's a fuck of a lot more than that. I look over at him, taking his stress-filled expression. You need to stop caring about what your dad thinks so much. You aren't Zane. You aren't the one who's going to marry the Raiders girl. I know that you want his support. We all want that from our parents. But stop holding yourself to the same caliber as Zane. You'll be the VP when Uncle Fist decides to hand the gavel down to Zane. Cade, you have a choice on who you get to love. Zane doesn't. Be grateful that you do, and if Uncle Fist doesn't like your girl, then oh well. We get one life, and you sure as hell better live it. Don't do anything to appease other people. Do what matters to you in here. I tap on his chest, and he smiles a full-toothed grin at me. I missed you, Kit Kat. I give him a half-smile in return, wanting to avoid talking about missing anyone. I've done a good job at not letting it affect me, but the longer I'm home, the longer my feelings start to peek to the surface. Are you going to tell me who this mystery woman is? Not yet, but I'll tell you her name is Ivy.
Chapter 20. Not all storms come to disrupt your life. Some come to clear your path. YourPositiveOasis.com. Damon. The next week passed us by in the blink of an eye. I was doing everything that I could to avoid my father, but my luck ran out today. He'd been out and about doing business. What kind of business, I'm unsure. I just didn't really care to speak to him after our last discussion. He could disrespect me all he wanted, but not her. I wouldn't allow it. I'm sitting out on the porch smoking a cigarette when Fist comes out of his house and stalks towards me. He takes a seat on the chair across from the swing and lights up his own. Your father told me what happened. He's always been one to use his mouth and not his brain. That's for damn sure, I think to myself. Maybe I got tired of listening to his shit after all these years. Fist nods. I can understand that. But at the end of the day, he's your father and just cares. Don't think he meant any harm in it. Although, I think we both know he caused a bit of it. He's given a shit ton of it over the years, and I'm done dealing with it. I'm not going back to the Brotherhood. I don't know if he came here for you to give me some high and mighty advice or whatever, but I'm not having it. I've made my decision, and I'm not changing it. He made his, I made mine. If he can't respect her, there's no use in me being near him. She's it. From the very first second I laid my eyes on her, I knew that she was it for me. And he tells me to toss her aside like a piece of garbage? No. I'm not fucking doing that shit. Fist smirks at me, almost like he understands. Maybe he does, but I really doubt it. I'm not here to give you unsolicited advice. Quite the opposite, actually. I peer over to him, wondering what it is he's about to say. You chose her over your own family. I don't take that lightly. Catherine is my flesh and blood, my niece, and you chose to put your future with her over your obligation to your father, which makes you my family. I know you don't want to be with the Brotherhood anymore, but know you have the opportunity to be a Reaper. That's why I'm here, to give you that option, and to see if you want it. I take what Fist is saying to heart. I never wanted to leave the Brotherhood or the MC lifestyle. It's all that I've ever known. I grew up in it. Being an MC is what I know. It's in my fucking blood, and no matter what I do, I can't ever take that part out of me.
club or not. When I threw my cut at my father, I didn't really think about what I'd do after the fact. All I cared about in that moment was telling him to go fuck himself. I know that, after time, I'd miss the club life, and the chance is I'm probably staying here with Kat. I don't see either of us moving somewhere else, not after she's been away from her family for so long. I'd be here, but I wouldn't be a Reaper, and maybe at a point that would start to bug me. Being welcomed but not fully accepted. But being a Reaper would mean I was. I want it as much as I want Kat, I tell Fist, who smirks for a moment before beginning to speak. Your father won't take kindly to hearing about this. His smirk is still dragged across his face. And you smile as you say that, I point out. 'Cause your father is an asshole and I'm going to enjoy this. I may be friends with your father, but doesn't mean I don't enjoy fucking with him. Fist laughs as he stands, but just as he begins to head towards the door, I hear the loud buzzing tone of his cell phone going off. He grabs it, swipes against it with his finger, and sighs. Fuck, not again. What is it? We got another delivery to the gate, he grumbles. Last time it wasn't a good one. And since the bear's emblem is plastered on the lid, I'm thinking this means Grizzly decided to stir shit up again. I walk alongside Fist as we trek up to where the gates to the clubhouse are. I didn't understand why there needed to be such high security measures being so far out in the country, but now I'm starting to understand even more. I knew the Reapers are the big dogs. I just didn't fully realize that they were the top dogs. Fist approaches the box, peering down at it. Anyone have the balls to open this motherfucker up? We all glance around to one another. 10 of us stand in a circle before Zane speaks up. Yeah, and you're not gonna like it, Pops. Fist opens the box, shaking his head from side to side as he pulls out what was inside. He reveals Tank's head, who was one of the full patch members. I don't know a lot about him, but I know he's one respected fucker. Curses and threats are what follow amongst the brothers. I stand watching as this shock unfolds before my eyes. Fist places his head back in the box and shuts the lid. Don't any of you breathe a word of this to Saffron or Sydney. If I hear anything slip out of your mouths, I'm gonna take your fucking tongue. Understood? The lethality in his tone is damning. Never have I once heard him speak this way, and I've been around Fist quite a bit over the years. I can imagine why he's so aggressive right now. He has something going on with Saffron, and there's no doubt in my mind that he loves her daughter as if she were his own. From what I can tell, Saffron and Tank were never an item, but she got pregnant. Being back here these last couple weeks have shown me Saffron belongs to Fist and that Tank wasn't in the picture. Fuck. I didn't think much more could go on considering everything going on with Rage. But here we are. It just goes to show you that you can't be prepared for anything anymore. Expect the unexpected. Was there a fucking note this time? Fist snaps out, looking to the men around us. No one makes a sound. Pure silence is the only thing we are greeted with. That's it. Grizzly knows what this means, and so do the lot of you. I've fucking had it with him. I thought we had a damn agreement, but yet again, here we are. What's the plan, Dad? Kate asks. We don't just have one war on our hands at this point. We've got two, and it's time we call in reinforcements. We deal with Rage, and then we handle Grizzly. I can't handle threats coming at us from both sides, and especially not when those two could be working together again. As we know, the past has a habit of repeating itself. You in, Damon? No way in hell am I gonna stand by and watch this unfold. Rage is mine, I hiss out. Not if I beat you to it. Quite a few of us have history with him. No one's getting dibs. Whoever gets to rage first kills him. Everyone hear that? I want him dead. Bastard doesn't get to waste any more of our oxygen. He needs to fucking rot in the ground.
I couldn't agree any more myself.
All right, listen up. Damon is a Reaper now. We'll go through all of our formal shit at a later date. We've got church at 8 tonight. Be on time or you'll regret it.
Fist grumbles out to the group of us as he heads into the clubhouse. I can't say what the future holds, but I feel a storm brewing, and it's gonna be a nasty one.
Chapter 21. It's okay to start over. It's okay to rebuild. It's okay to be scared. At Not Salmon. Cat. Wait, what did you just say? I asked Ashley, wondering if I really just heard what came out of her mouth. She can't be right. I wouldn't have been kept in the dark about it. Nope, no way. Damon would have come and told me first thing, wouldn't he have? I shake my head, not quite sure what to think. What's the matter? She asks, full of concern. He didn't say anything to me yesterday, at all. Oh, well, I wouldn't think too much about it. Things were a little hectic around here, to say the least. I listen to Ashley, unable to help from glancing down at Noelle, who sits in her lap. She has her hand in her mouth, sucking on it, making giant bubbles while her big, doting dark eyes stare right at me. She looks like the perfect mixture of both Blackjack and Ashley. Her pale complexion with those curly blonde locks that will be sure to give her father a run for his money when she's old enough to date. You don't want me to think about it, I scoff, rolling my eyes. He was out and about with everyone yesterday, crawled back into our bed, and didn't even have the decency to tell me that he's patched into the Reapers. Instead, you're telling me. And before you even start to tell me how I need to chill out, Ash, he should have been the one to tell me, not you. I shouldn't be the last to know about what's going on with my boyfriend or in our life. Ashley purses her lips together before she grins a full-toothed smile. What? I grumble out. You just called Damon your boyfriend. Yeah, I guess I did. Look, there was a lot of stuff that happened yesterday that isn't being made public to the whole club yet. You notice how Saffron isn't around? I nod at Ashley's questions, wondering where Saffron had been most of the day. She's been up with my dad at the house since she found out about Tank yesterday. I make a face at her, trying to figure out what she means. And since you're looking at me like that, I'm guessing you don't know what happened. There was a delivery to the front gates from Grizzly, the bear's prez. Only it wasn't a present. It was a declaration of war, indicating that the bears and reapers are at each other's throats yet again. Tank's head was in the box, Cat. I'm sure it must look bad that I don't even react to what Ashley's just told me. Should it surprise me, though? Should it shock me or shake me to my core? Maybe it should, but it doesn't. Being with the demons for so long taught me to expect the worst and be grateful when it didn't happen. The horrors and atrocities I had seen and experienced during my time there will never amount to anything that happens here in Montana. How is it that you know everything? I ask. Because I'm curious. Because I want to understand why there is so much openness and communication flowing. It's definitely something I'm not used to, but I'd prefer one person in particular to be communicating with me. Blackjack and I don't keep things from one another. I know that Daddy doesn't want me knowing everything, and while I understand his reasonings behind that, my husband understands what I need. Rob knows that I need him to tell me what's going on, that I can't be left wondering, clueless, unsure of if I should be worrying or breathing easy. I nod, understanding where she's coming from. It seems that everyone's relationship is different, and I just wish Damon had told me instead of my cousin. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I'm not happy for him. The mere fact that Damon even patched over to become a Reaper means that he wants me. And while I know that he does, it's different when the man becomes what you were born into. Becoming a Reaper is the most selfless thing he could have done for us, for our future. I just wonder how far our future will go with not just one war on our hands, but two.
Chapter 22. One day I'm just gonna say fuck it all and let my demons come out to play. Anonymous. Damon. If we leave, the Bears will view it as their golden opportunity to take the club. You and I both know that, Kate interjects, causing his father to stop speaking. Either way, we're fucked. The only way we can get out of this is if we call in favors, Zane comments, causing the brothers to nod their heads around the room. We have allies, and it's about damn time we use them. Fist takes a seat at the head of the table, looking to each and every one of us. We have the Raiders who have promised to help us whenever the situation would arise. The Sons of Gods are useful as well, and of course we have the Skulls. But I can't attest as to if we can count on them. I'll have to call each of their prezes and find out who can sacrifice some manpower. I know we can count on Roman, though. Fist looks over at me. Personal feelings aside, Damon, you'll have to work with your father. It won't be an issue, I tell him instantly, because it won't. I'll do whatever is needed of me to make sure that the club is good, and most importantly, that Kat is safe. Glad to hear it. Now let me make a few phone calls and figure out how the fuck we're going to deal with Rage and Grizzly. Fist grumbles, pulling out his phone. He's tapping away when he looks up at the filled room. That means church is over, and to get your asses out of my hair. I follow command and make myself scarce, wanting nothing but to see Kat. All this shit between Rage and us, add in the extra drama from the Bears, and then my family bullshit. I just want to be on a beach somewhere with her in my arms. I walk out into the main area, seeing Widow drinking whiskey. Typical. Are you sleeping with Amara? I ask. Not really wanting to know, but wanting and needing are two totally different things. Mm-hmm. He takes another sip from his drink as he stares me dead in the eyes. I know what he's doing. Widow is practically begging me to say some shit, so he can plummet me into the ground. Joke's on him, though. The only one losing in that fight would be him. It's not that I care who Amara fucks, but I'm her brother. It's my job to keep her safe, and that includes her heart. The thing about Widow is that he is famous for his heartbreak techniques, and I don't want my little sister to be just another notch on his belt, or his next victim. Where's my father? You know Roman. I'm sure he's out and about doing his usual things. He smirks as he says it, telling me that he's up to something. Stop playing games. I'm not the one playing. Seems like you sure are, though, with the way you just tossed in your cut like a little bitch. Say it again. Say what? How you picked a girl over your family and how I think it's bullshit? Where's your loyalty? At least I know how to choose a girl. All you know how to do is toss them aside like they're fucking garbage. I seethe, clenching my fists, knowing all too well how this conversation is going to go if we both don't stop soon. Yo, man, chill, Booger interrupts us, and I'm hoping his ass would have just stayed out of our business. Get lost, this doesn't concern you. Shit, ain't nobody ever talked to me like that. Only my mama, and you sure as fuck ain't my mama. Booger snickers, and I just can't help it. I ball my fist up and swing it right into his face. The motherfucker shakes his head and then laughs. You're gonna wish you didn't do that, he hisses as he charges for me, but a small little Latina jumps right in the middle, and fuck does that man stop. Boog, no, it's not worth it. They fight over his sister because Widow sticks his tool in many boxes. It doesn't concern us. Come.
Camilla tells him. She runs her hand up his chest, his eye contact not breaking from hers. "You are really damn lucky I have the hots for you, Cupcake," Booger says to Camilla, whose face flushes bright red. "I thought I told you to stay away from her." Fist's voice booms from where we had all just come from a few minutes prior. "It should be me telling him to stay away, not you, Fist," Camilla snaps before she walks out of the front door. Shit. I never took her for a girl who loses her temper, but I must have seriously misjudged the girl. "Just got off the phone with the other prezes, and we've got a plan. Church in 5 minutes, and you'd better make sure all the brothers are here," Fist hollers out to the group of us. Luckily, most of us had stayed in the clubhouse, and as Fist disappears back into the room where we hold church, I see brothers yanking out their phones. There's no doubt in my mind that they're texting the few who had left to get their asses back here as soon as possible. I don't waste my time making it back into the room. It's not like I want to be anywhere close to Widow right now. Thank fuck he isn't a Reaper, so he isn't privy to our conversation. The minutes pass by slow, far too slow for me. Normally I can be quite patient, but today is not one of the days that I can be. "Listen up, each and every one of you. This isn't gonna go down quite like I expected, but it's gonna fucking go down the way it has to," Fist explains as Tex shuts the door, signifying that church is in session. "Reed doesn't have anyone to send. Apparently there's some shady shit going on with the Skulls. Didn't dive too deep into it, but he lost 2 of his men in some Mafia shit and is questioning loyalty. We're not gonna meddle in it, but I told him whatever he needs, we will be here for him. After our own shit is settled, of course. The Raiders and the Sons are sending 5 men each from their charter to Vegas, where Rage always seems to be held up. They're going to send an additional 5 each for every charter that the demons have, and watch. If they see Rage, or anything fishy, they are instructed to act. Damon, I want you to go down to Vegas. This is not only personal for me and my brothers, but for you too. Dracus, Bolt, and Tex are all going to go with you. Your father has also agreed to lend a few helping hands. Widow, Cobra, and Chaz will be going down as well. I heard Zeus himself may go to Vegas. He's got quite the bone to pick with Rage too, and y'all better keep in mind he is a sick fuck. Now as far as the Bears go, Reapers, we're going to get through this mess with Rage first, and then we're fucking acting. We have to let one storm calm before we drive straight into another. I want you watching the Bears. I want to know where they go, what they do, who they fuck, and what time they shit. That is how close I want you to follow their habits. Tank did not die in vain, and we will avenge him. Now, does anyone have any news on the Bears that I could use to my advantage? I glance around the room, looking at each brother, and notice how Cade, the normally outspoken one, is suddenly quiet. Bingo. Cade, care to share? He furrows his brows as he looks right at me. Prefer not to. This grabs not only Fist's attention, but everyone else's. What do you know, son? I know a lot of shit, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna tell you. We're at war, Cade. This isn't the time to keep secrets that could help us. I'm not going to use someone as a bargaining chip for your bidding, whether I agree with how much I hate the Bears or not. It's the fucking girl, isn't it? Zane asks, crossing his arms over his chest, staring at his brother. Maybe, Cade confirms. You in love with some sweet butt from the Bears? Fist laughs, looking around the table for an answer that only Cade can give him. No, not a sweet butt. Just Grizzly's daughter. Fuck. I didn't see that one coming.
Chapter 23. She loved him, and he loved her. But it was never that simple. GoodLifeQuotes.com. Cat. What the fuck did I do, Kit Kat? Cade groans, running his hand over his face. He paces back and forth before me. I've never seen him this nervous before. Not once. Not even when we were little did he ever act like this. so it just makes me wonder what the hell happened in church. I'm not really sure since you haven't told me, but it'd be great if you could just flap your jaws for a minute so I understand what's going on, I say, trying to get a smile from him, but it doesn't work. Remember the girl I told you about? Yeah. Yeah, well, I may have told Dad who she is. Okay. What am I missing here? Why is that a problem? 'Cause she's Grizzly's daughter. I gasp, forming my mouth into an O. Well, I wasn't expecting to hear that from him. I know. I already know what you're fucking thinking. She's the enemy's daughter and all that shit. And yeah, she is, but she isn't bad. Trust me, she is not as rotten as her fucking father, Cat. She isn't anything like him. Hell, I don't even think she's his daughter from the way he treats her. I doubt he is. I'm not thinking anything, but I can tell you how annoyed I am with you making assumptions. If you say she's not like her devil of a father, then I believe you. But you don't have to tell me that shit. I think you already know that, though. So I'm just wondering why you're wasting your breath giving me a whole speech on how she's nice. Obviously, if she's with you, then she has to be a good girl, and all I really care about is if you're happy. Are you? Cade seems taken aback by what I've said. He smiles and nods his head. Yeah, never really been this fucking happy before. Mom always told me when I was little that I'd meet a girl who'd turn my entire world upside down. And damn it if I haven't found her. I know that I should probably take a moment and talk to Cade about her. Seeing my cousin this happy makes me want to smile. But I already know that things couldn't have gone that well. What did your dad say about it? Immediately, Cade's smirk dissipates into thin air. He told me to get the fuck out of church, so here I am. He's just in shock. It'll pass, I tell him, going over to the swing on the porch. I take a seat next to him. You don't know that, Cat. I don't know a lot of things, but most of the time I end up being right, so you'd better just shut your mouth and listen to me. Cade wraps his arm around me at my words. Holding me snug against him, he presses a kiss to the back of my forehead. You know, who would have known what kind of trouble you and I would have stirred up if you were here? You've always been my best friend, you know that? Of course I do. Don't be too loud, though. You'll hurt Zane's feelings. I laugh into his shoulder, thinking about how much I would have loved to have been home, to experience all of the things that I know I missed. Are you going to tell me about the plan? I ask, needing to know what to expect. There's no doubt in my mind that they've been discussing what to do about the bears and the demons. 2 wars heading right at us. I don't know how the hell we're going to handle them both. And at the same time, we're strong, but we aren't that strong. Dad's been calling in favors with a few of the other MCs. Looks like Damon and all your dads are going to Vegas, plus a few of the boys from the Brotherhood, and Zeus, and a few of his guys from the Sons of Gods are meeting them there too. From the sounds of it, everyone else is staying up here to face off with the bears. But who knows if that'll happen while they're up at Vegas. We don't know. I'm guessing Dad isn't gonna tell me jack shit, though, seeing as I'm dating Ivy. He doesn't think you're a rat. He knows better. You should have seen the look on his face, Cat. I've never seen him that disappointed in me before. I'm sure he wasn't disappointed, Cade. He was probably just shocked. There's no way in hell that he's disappointed in you. And with how much he preaches about being happy and putting family before anything else, he's going to tell you to follow that heart of yours. He will never make you choose between the Reapers and her. I think about what I've just said for a moment and take in a deep breath. This hits too close to home. I just have to remember, my uncle is not Roman. He'd never make Cade do what Damon had to.
Chapter 24. Train your mind to see the good in everything. Positivity is a choice. The happiness in your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. Market Angel. Damon.
I don't like that you're going back there, Kat blurts out to me the second I walk into our bedroom. Her arms are crossed and she's biting her bottom lip in the way she usually does when she's nervous. I can't say that I blame her for not wanting me to go, but if I don't... No, scratch that. If we don't, Rage could come here and fuck us up far worse than he ever has before. There is no choice in the matter. It needs to be done, and it fucking will be. We have to go, baby. I know I don't have to tell you that either. I murmur against her temple as I pull her into my arms, holding her as close to me as humanly possible. This girl needs to remember she is safest with me. In my arms or not, I will never allow anything to happen to her. Part of me protecting her means that I need to leave her for a short time to handle the devil himself, Rage. I don't want you to go. Her voice is soft, coming out in an almost whisper. Surprisingly, I can make out what she said, sounding like a sad little girl. And I don't want you to be hurt ever again, so I have to go. I'll be fine, Kat. Trust me, we will all be okay. There are going to be plenty of allies with us, and we have to do this. If we don't go now, we may never have the opportunity again. You know, if we wait, a whole bunch of shit could go south, and none of us are going to sacrifice that. A whole lot could go wrong with you going, too, she points out, and I can't help but smirk. Kat has always been a smart cookie, too smart for her own damn good. I take her face, holding her firm in my palms, looking her right in those glossy eyes. Listen to me, sweetheart. Ain't nobody ever gonna keep me from you again. No way in hell am I going to allow it, so you're just gonna have to trust that I know how to handle myself, that I'm gonna come right back here, home to you. 'Cause I will kill any motherfucker who tries to keep me from you. You know that. I will always be with you, until the moment I breathe my very last breath. Kat yanks my cut and brings my lips crashing to hers. I guess I didn't really realize exactly how much my words were going to mean to her, but I meant every fucking word. I love this girl more than anything, and someday soon I'm gonna tell her. I slide my hands under her ass, lift her up and shove her into the wall directly next to her. A picture frame rattles and she giggles into our kiss. Boy, does that giggle get me going more than anything else. I'm rock hard under my jeans and I want to pound into her sweet little pussy more than I ever have before. I want to claim her, dump my seed inside her and fill her the fuck up. I want to mark this girl, taking her in the most primal of ways. I take my hand and travel slowly up her legs to the sweet spot between them, toying with her lips, gently tracing my fingertips over them. Her little lace panties are no match for me. I slide my hands under the thin material and rip them right off of her, causing her to gasp. I bite down on her bottom lip, tugging, growling at my little minx. Never do I want her to feel alone, to worry about anything. That's all my job. All she has to do is be happy, and I'll do my best to make sure that she always is happy. Kat fiddles with my button until my jeans are free. She's quick to work the zipper down and grabs my cock forcefully. She mews and purrs as I kiss her back with a ferociousness that I've never unleashed with her before. I've always been so gentle with her, and tonight that ends. No longer will I be gentle and sweet. I'll act however I feel like it and take her body in ways that will only make her feel safe. Never will she doubt my love for her, because she will feel me every single time she tries to take a step. I line my cock up at her entrance, forcing my way in. She screams in delight. Her hand moves up my body, clawing into my back with each thrust in and out of her. My cock throbs, needing to come already, but I won't. It doesn't help that I've been thinking about her all day, thinking about her pussy closing in around my cock the way it is right now. She presses her lips against my neck, sucking the skin in her mouth, biting down harshly. I hiss against her forehead, decreasing my speed, making sure that she feels every slow, agonizing movement. If she wants to tease, I can most definitely play that game. Kat sinks her nails further into my back, digging so deep I can feel her cutting into my skin. It only eggs me on more, wanting her to milk my cock, sucking everything that she's stirred up inside me. Fuck. I can't do it anymore. I can't do this slow and teasing shit, 'cause all that's doing is teasing me. Damn it, Catherine. I groan as her pussy squeezes my cock. I ram into her, shoving my body firm against hers, her body pressed into the wall so she can't move an inch even if she tried. I rock my hips against her, sliding my cock in and out of her wet pussy. Her pleasure is evident as she comes, squirting her essence all over me. That's when I lose it, allowing everything I've been holding back to come barreling out of me into her. Marking her, taking her, claiming her. Kat is all mine. Chapter 25. She walks with storm in her heart and battle in her eyes. Nicole Lyons. Damon. Late last night, I had snuck out of bed and met up with Fist, needing to know the details of when the few of us were to leave. He had all of us sit down and talk about our plan, the group of us agreeing that it would be best for us to leave as soon as possible. The quicker we left, the quicker we could handle things. We opted for leaving in the middle of the night, knowing very well that it would most definitely piss our women off. Until we left, I had completely forgotten that Widow would be making this trip with us. I couldn't help but roll my eyes the second I saw him mounting his bike, but he's a good shot. He'll be helpful on this trip, of that I'm sure. I just need to put my personal feelings aside right now. He's a good friend, but I just can't shake the feeling that Amara is going to get hurt. I know him too well, and I know my sister loves to hide that heart of hers really well, but regardless, she still has one. Even if she tries to act like she's this stone-cold bitch. It took us a long-ass day of driving over 14 hours, but we finally made it to Nevada. It wasn't Vegas, but we were pretty fucking close. We had to wait for both the Raiders and the Sons of God's men, too. They could be here as early as tonight or tomorrow morning. In the meantime, we took the time we had as our opportunity to rest, trying to prepare as much as we could for the battle ahead. No matter what we do, I know that there's no real preparation for the chaos that we will be heading into. Personally, I think we should strike at night around 3 in the morning when everyone is settling into bed. If we can keep quiet and slice throats, it'll make a lot less commotion. I'm just unsure if everyone else is as good with a knife as I am. We stopped off at some shitty little motel right next to Interstate 15. It wouldn't even take us 40 minutes to get to the Demon's Clubhouse. It just sat a few miles outside of the Vegas city center. Close enough to stir up trouble, but far enough away for some good old privacy, too. Dracus, Bolt, and Tex opted to share a room by themselves, which seemed a little odd to me. I couldn't help but wonder which man was sharing a bed with another, but I'm not looking to dive into that situation. Shit. It's a little odd to have 3 old men and 1 old lady, if you ask me, but times are changing and seems they have been for the last few decades, apparently. That meant I had to share with Widow, which I'm not exactly too keen on. You need to get that fucking stick out of your ass. You were acting fine with me up until the point you found out I was with Amara again, Widow grumbles, walking over to the mattress on the far side of our motel room. He's right. I was fine up until that point. You told me after the last time it wouldn't happen again. That the last time was the only fucking time, and I believed you. I knew they were together once. It was a drunken night around the time he and Melody broke up. He promised me he'd never touch Amara again, and looks like the bastard is too good at lying. It wasn't supposed to happen again, I fucking swear. But I can't help it that she wants me, and I want her. Fuck. Why are you ragging on me about A when you're with Kat? My relationship with Kat is completely different than yours. I snap out, unable to help but roll my eyes at him. Really? Why's that? 'Cause I'm in love with Kat. You just view my sister as a piece of ass. Say it again, I fucking dare you. No one disrespects A, not even you. Widow snarls, jumping off the bed, nostrils flaring as he approaches me. What? Am I wrong? Do you somehow have an ounce of respect for my sister that you haven't told me about? What is it? What am I fucking missing here? Obviously, there's something I don't know, and I sure as hell better find out soon. I'm tired of all the games that my family plays. I'm dead fucking tired of it. A is pregnant, you ass. That's what you're missing. Your sister has my fucking kid growing in her belly, and I just found out today, right before we fucking left. That's what. So, no one on this goddamned planet is going to disrespect her. Not one fucking person, you hear me? I'm taken aback, unsure of what to say in this moment. What the fuck am I supposed to say? Thanks for knocking up my sister, you irresponsible ass? Before I can speak, my phone starts ringing, distracting me from what Widow just confessed. I see Kat's name pop up and answer it immediately. Hey, baby. Hey, baby? Are you really hey babying me right now? She snaps, her voice already sounding like it's cracking into a million pieces. How are you feeling? I ask. Like I want to beat you into a pulp? That's not what I mean, Kat. Are you getting chills or shakes? Anything? No, I'm all good. I haven't needed to take anything. I sigh in relief when the words leave her mouth, thinking that we're finally over this, that she'll never have to take a fucking pill ever again. I'm sorry that I didn't say goodbye, I tell her, speaking lowly. I had to leave in the middle of the night, not because it was the best plan or because I agreed with everyone else. Instead, it was for purely selfish reasons. Because if I didn't leave without saying goodbye, who knows if I even would have left at all. After this time, I'll never leave you ever again. I promise, baby. I don't want you to do that to me again, Damon. Please, just don't leave me like that again. 'Cause if something happens to you... Fuck.
Allow yourself a moment of stillness, where time slows and the world feels gentle for just a breath.
Afraid I'll spend my life crying when I'm smiling. Crying when I'm smiling. I need to say goodbye, to see you one more time before... She trails off until she's silent. I just wish I was holding her in my arms right now. No, don't talk like that. I'm gonna be fine, and I'm gonna see you again in just a few days. You just have to wait for me, baby. Can you do that? I'd wait a lifetime for you. That's my girl, I murmur softly into the phone. We talk about a few pointless things until she lets me go. I'm exhausted and need to catch up on some sleep before the big day ahead of us.
Chapter 26. She conquered her demons and wore her scars like wings. Atticus. Cat. The moment I woke up this morning, I knew something was wrong. Come to find out, Damon had left like a thief in the middle of the night. I can't describe the way my stomach felt, how my heart dropped into it, or just how nauseous I suddenly became. It was horrendous. And then it hit me. This is exactly how someone feels when they worry about the one they love. I knew weeks ago that I loved him, but it didn't hit me flat in the face until this morning, until every bit of fear that could have surfaced did. The ironic part about this is that I shouldn't have even been worrying then. I should be worrying later. Nothing has even happened yet, and that's the worst part, the waiting. Who knows what the hell is going on down in Nevada, but up here, things are getting a little insane. Men from the Brotherhood rolled up, which I wasn't expecting, naturally assuming that most of them would have gone to Vegas to help Damon and the others. But they didn't. They came here. My Uncle Fist has been running around with Cracker, getting shit done, I suppose. No one is telling me jack shit, which is honestly irritating the living hell out of me. Everyone wants us to be prepared for this so-called war that is upon us, yet no one is communicating, which doesn't make any sense, but whatever. I'm a smart cookie and the rest of us are here too, so we'll be fine. I walk into the clubhouse and see Cade, ghost white, staring at his phone. "What's the matter?" I ask, running up to him. He's never a quiet man. Never has this son of a bitch been silent. "It's Ivy. Her dad fucking knows about us. I just got this." Cade turns the phone around, and I see a picture of a girl tied up with rope in a bra and underwear, with the word traitor carved into her torso. Her neck is wrapped with rope, and she appears to be alive. I don't even know what to say. "Have you showed your dad yet?" I ask. "We need to do something now. If we don't..." Fuck, if we don't, she could die. "Cat, he's not gonna authorize any of us going over there to save my girl. I gotta do this on my own." He gives me a stern look, grabbing my shoulder and giving it a good squeeze before he takes off through the front doors. I run after him, but he's already on his bike and peeling out of the parking lot and down the road. "Shit!" I yell, looking around for anyone. How in the hell is this place so dead with everything going on? I glance around slowly, then see Booger. "Boog!" I yell loudly, waving my arms up and down. He comes running over to me, and I do my best to spit out everything that I know about the situation at hand, telling him how urgent it is that they go after Cade. If they don't get there in time, it may not just be one person's life on the line. It could be two, and I'll be damned if we don't do something to stop both of them from dying today. "Do something!" I scream at him, shoving his chest. Boog yanks out his phone, and I know he's talking to my Uncle Fists within 2 seconds. He tells him exactly what I relayed to Boog. He nods into the phone and mumbles a few times before he looks right at me. "This is what's happening, Cat. Got me? You stay here. We're going to the Bears clubhouse now. The prospects from the Brotherhood and Reapers are staying here to defend the club. You get all the girls and kids and get the fuck underground in the safe house. Do not come out until one of us comes for you, no matter what. You do not leave that safe house. Do you understand me?" I nod once. "Good. Your uncle is on the way with a few of the boys to the Bears clubhouse right now. I gotta go," he tells me, tapping away on his phone. I hear the sound of a text being sent out. He slides it in the back of his jeans as he starts speaking to me once more. "I just sent out a group text telling everyone what shit show just came upon us. You do what I told you and keep each other safe. And for fuck's sake, Cat, do not let Camilla do anything stupid. You hear me? Just don't. She needs to listen and stay the fuck safe. I need you to watch out for her for me. Please." I nod again, shoving him to get going. Fuck, he needs to stop wasting time and leave. I thought that this day couldn't get any worse, that I'd just be worried about Damon and my dad's. But now I find that I'm worried for every single person that I care about. Who knows what the hell this day is going to bring?
Chapter 27. The days that break you are the days that make you. At Prime Way of Life. Damon. My father always told me as a child that war is quiet. I didn't quite understand him then, and he didn't bother to explain it to me until I was old enough. The moral of his point is how foolish your opposition can be, making the biggest noise and loudest ruckus. We must be quiet like a snake until we're ready to strike, and that is the moment where we make noise. Only in the moment where you know you've already won. Otherwise, you're just a greedy, foolish bastard. In this moment, I think a lot about the lessons my father had instilled in me as a child. We need to be smart, Tex grumbles into his hand, looking out into the landscape before us. It's nothing but desert. Dry, itchy desert. More like quick. Longer we're here, the sooner Rage is going to catch wind about it, Dracus adds, and I nod in agreement. Dracus is right, but so are you, Tex. We need to be both quick in getting our job done, but we have to be smart. It's why we need to go in at night. I know these people, I know their habits, when they go to bed, who they fuck, hell, even what time they piss. Why the hell didn't we just do it last night then? Widow grumbles, kicking his boot into the dirt. You honestly think we have enough manpower to take the entire club just being the 5 of us? No. We have to wait for help. I retort back, unable to refrain from rolling my eyes. If Widow was in charge, we'd all be dead, that's for damn sure. Fist calling on the other MCs was the smartest thing he probably could have done, even if I have to put up with Widow's ass. He's nothing compared to Cobra and Chaz anyway. Chaz isn't half bad, but shit. Once an asshole, always an asshole, as they say. Cobra is just a royal prick, but damn do the ladies love him. They could hurry their asses up. I'm not fucking nervous, but sitting around here on our asses is just gonna draw attention, and that's the last thing we need. Heard these fucking demons are a little territorial, Widow says, giving me a slow look over before redirecting his attention to the road in front of us. The motel is maybe a few hundred feet from the interstate. Pulling over here to rest is good not only because we could get going quick if we had to, but we could see whoever comes towards us too. They'll be here whenever they get here. No point in rushing what's about to happen. Some of us have waited a long time for this day, more years than you've been on this earth. Bolt pipes up, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Each of us have a reason to be here. Only your reason ties in with Damon's. You're just here for muscle, and a few of the others are too, but when the time comes, you'd best know who Rage belongs to. He fucked with our little girl, Tex states. I won't lie, I want to watch closely as Rage breathes his last breath, getting a front row seat to the torture that I've mustered up in my mind. But I know my right, and more importantly, my place. Dracus, Tex, and Bolt all have first dibs on Rage. It doesn't matter that I'm with Kat. They're her fathers. They are the 3 who will get to rain down hellfire on Rage, and all I can do is hope that they give me a chance to have my round with him. Not just our little girl, our old lady too, Dracus snarls, glaring right at Widow. Fuck. What am I missing? Widow asks, cocking his head. I don't know how much he really knows about Rage, probably not too much. My father has never really been one to overshare. Instead, he states the important shit. I wouldn't be surprised if he just told all of the Brotherhood that we hate the demons and that was it. It's true, but at least I got a little bit more information to go off of. Although, I didn't get the full story until years later. A lot of the past shit that none of us wants to talk about, Bolt adds, yanking a cigarette from his jeans and lighting it up in front of us. I don't know how the hell he's smoking when it's so hot that our faces could melt off,
But to each their own. The rumbling of bikes comes upon us quickly, each of us looking to the northeast where the sound is coming from. My heart beats quicker and quicker as they approach, not knowing if they're friend or foe. The chances are split down the middle, but I can't help but wonder if we will be greeting one another with blazing guns or handshakes. Harleys come into view, slowing down as they approach the motel. I can't see their fucking cuts, which just causes me to be on guard. I take my hand over my side, feeling my Glock resting easy. 5 men pull their bikes up adjacent to our own, while 1 man dismounts. Their leader, their prez. "The years haven't been kind to you, my friend," Tex laughs as the older biker comes walking up. He's maybe in his 50s, blonde hair that is faded gray in some parts. His build is very similar to my own, much like a swimmer's physique. We're thin, but we're powerful fuckers. The men behind him dismount. As they come closer, I can see them assessing each and every one of us. It's not uncommon. We're doing the exact same to them. It's funny. Even as allies, we will always be on guard to some extent, never truly knowing who our friend or foe is. We're all introduced to one another quickly. Zeus is the prez of the Sons of God's MC. Fist mentioned he might show up for this, but I never really thought that was going to happen. Prezes usually stick close to their charters, which begs me to question why he's come all this way. Alabama and Nevada aren't exactly neighboring states. Now that the Sons are here, all we have to wait on is the Brotherhood. Jesus, they better hurry up. If they aren't here soon, I'm half tempted to just go in tonight without them. Our numbers are looking better, and the men in front of me look like they have half a brain. It's time that the demons have paid for their crimes. Every last one of them.
Chapter 28. Perhaps I don't deserve nice things, 'cause I am paying for sins I don't remember. Anonymous. Cat. I've never really been much of a good listener. It makes me wonder how the hell I survived being with Rage for so long. I had my moments of complete disobedience, but after the years I just became his perfect little pet, listening and doing as he asked. I lost myself and turned into something that makes me sick now when I think back on it. I'm no longer that girl anymore, that fraction of myself. Finally, I'm Kat, the girl who has found the missing pieces of herself. When Boog told me to watch out for Camilla, I thought it would be an easy task, but boy was I wrong. This girl is a whirlwind of trouble, which is probably why we get along. Underneath the club is like a bunker. There are cots and bunk beds all around the place, and a small kitchenette thing that you'd probably see if you were watching one of those survivalist videos or something. "What is this place for?" I ask Ashley, glancing around, still in awe. It's been at least an hour since Booger has been gone, and the rest of the guys were alerted with what was going on. It took us a little while to have all the old ladies, sweet butts, and kids load up into the bunker. Since we've been down here, Camilla has just been pacing back and forth, mumbling in her Spanish mumbo-jumbo, even though she knows that not one of us can understand a lick of it. "I cannot keep still in this place," she fusses, walking straight up to Ashley and me. "How do you two just act so calm?" "Well, first of all, Fussy, you aren't staying still. As for the second part, it's really not that hard. We just follow orders," Ashley says, holding Noelle close to her. "I refuse to just stay down here while everything happens around us. My father did the same to me, and then Maria and I went through hell. Look where we ended up. 2 sisters alive, and yet thousands of miles apart, not even allowed to..." She trails from English to Spanish for minutes, going on and on until she realizes what she's done. Ashley and I just stare at her. I knew Camilla wasn't from here, but I don't know crap about her past. She's never really opened up. Now I know she has daddy issues and a sister. I guess that's a start. My point is, I won't sit down here and do nothing. I did that for far too long. You need to sit your ass down and behave. We have to wait for them to come back. That's what we're supposed to do, Ashley hisses, bouncing Noelle on her hip, all the while glaring at Camilla. Do you always do what it is that you're told? Camilla cocks an eyebrow, staring at Ashley, who only huffs in response. Ashley walks over to Saffron and hands her Noelle. I watch as she mumbles something, and both the women nod before she comes back to where Camilla and I stand. No, I don't. Now, how about you shut your mouth, and damn it, I swear, Cam, you'd better freaking listen to me before I cut all of that gorgeous hair of yours off. I try to hold back a giggle, but I laugh. Ashley glares at me. You too, Kat. I'm good with a pair of scissors. Camilla and I stick close to Ashley as she leads us down a hallway and makes a turn left. It feels like we've walked 2 miles when she approaches a door. I watch as Ash turns a lever and pushes. It creaks but doesn't budge. At this point, I know she needs help, so I position my shoulders against the door, looking over to Camilla as I'm doing so. She sighs, places her arms in between Ashley and mine. 1, 2, 3, I say, and just like that, it flies open, our clumsy bodies hitting the ground with a thud. What's the plan here, genius? Camilla grumbles, dusting the dirt off of her knees. Oh, gee, I don't know. How about to go see what the fuck is going on with our men? Ashley snaps back. Shoot. I feel like I'm watching some reality television with the hostility going on between these two. Do you know where the Bears clubhouse is? I ask Ash, knowing better. Of course she does. She's lived here her entire life. She probably knows every piece of gossip and where it happened, too. All I get is a snicker in return, and the next thing I know, Camilla and I are struggling to keep up with Ashley's long strides. We end up coming out at the back part of the property. No wonder it had felt like we walked for ages, because we did. We were practically at the lake. We went into Ashley and Blackjack's house. She grabbed the keys to her truck, and then we were on the way down the road. My heart pounds in my chest as I look out the window, wondering what the hell is going on with my family, and then worrying about what Damon is doing right now. I can't help but hope he is safe, losing my breath if I think about it too long. I can't describe the way it feels to not know if the one you love is safe or not. Of the frog that develops in your throat, or of the way you feel like the wind has been knocked out of you. There's no use in me worrying, though. I can only control what's happening right in front of me. Here we are, Ashley whispers, turning the truck onto a dirt road, much like the one that our clubhouse is on. I wonder how long we traveled, but I was too trapped in my own thoughts to take notice on what was happening around me. I'm gonna drive up a little further and then pull the truck off to the side. In case shit is still going south, I don't want anyone seeing us. Plus, if shit's going too far south, we're just gonna pop back in this truck, call in some favors, and make sure we're ammoed up at the club. I roll my eyes at what Ash just said. No way in hell would we just pop back in the truck. She's got some guns in here somewhere. Of that, I'm sure. Ashley does as she says, going up a little further before she pulls the truck off the dirt road and into the safe cover of the woods. She pulls far enough in so that no one would really make it out unless they were looking for it. The 3 of us get out of the truck and follow Ashley closely. How do you know where to go? I ask, my curiosity getting the best of me. 'Cause Daddy wanted me to know everything I could, including the Bears' compound. You and I both know that it's never been rainbows and butterflies up here, Kat. You might not remember much of it, but your dad's had you doing the same stuff. Remember when my dad taught us where all the hiding spots were in the club? I nod, remembering my uncle showing us the loose floorboards, amongst other things. Do you remember what he had us put in them? She laughs as she asks me, and I don't remember. All I have is a vague memory. Drugs. Daddy had his daughter and niece hiding drugs in case the police decided to show up, but luckily that never happened. Out of nowhere, I'm toppled to the ground. It felt like a freight train just ran into me, hitting me at full force. I can't help but groan at the discomfort. "What the fuck are you doing here?" Zane snarls, glaring at all of us. "It was their idea," Camilla lies, causing Ashley and I to shoot daggers at her. Zane scoffs, knowing better. "Let me ask you this again. What the fuck are you doing here?" I've never seen Zane so angry before. He's physically shaking from it, turning beet red. His attention goes straight to Ashley. "You know better. You fucking know to sit your ass in the bunker until one of us comes to get you, and instead, you're here, in the middle of a fucking war zone. I swear, Ash, you've done some dumb shit, but what the hell has gotten into you? What is going on in that mind of yours? You're not just a girl anymore. You're a mother. You need to be there for Noelle. Fuck, you can't just be making these rash decisions." "What do we have here?" I take a look behind me to see Bull, the club's enforcer, staring down at us. "Some hens escaped the coop, it seems. Shit, your men are not gonna be happy." "What's happened?" I blurt out, wondering why the heck no one else has asked it. Yeah, we were caught. Yeah, we probably didn't expect it to happen like this, but we need to know what's happened. "Not much of anything. Grizzly and his piece of shit son aren't here. There were a couple bears, but I think it's safe to say that the Reapers have annihilated the remainder who decided to wait till we showed up. Don't know where the rest scurried off to. We were prepared to fuck some shit up today, but this was easy. Too easy, if you ask me." Zane stands up, grabbing mine and Ashley's elbows, tugging us along with him. I turn back and look to Camilla, who seems to be escorted chivalrously by Bull. Seriously? Zane is holding on to Ash and I like we're flight risk kids at an amusement park. We walk until we reach the clubhouse, and boy, the second I see my uncle's face, I wish I was back at the bunker. Fuck. "What on earth are you three doing here?" he roars, causing everyone around him to stop what they are doing and look right at us. I feel like a very disobedient child right now. Ashley starts to talk until Blackjack walks right up to her. I didn't think the man could scowl. But holy shit, was I wrong. "Don't." One word from Blackjack and she goes silent, looking at her husband with regret in her eyes. Zane shoves Ashley into Blackjack, the silence closing in around all of us. "You deal with her disobedient ass." Zane looks down to me, shaking his head back and forth. "Where's Cade?" I ask, glancing around, looking for my cousin, who is more like a brother to me. "He's in the clubhouse with the doc and his girl," Zane responds. "Ain't that fucking grizzly bear his girl? Over my dead body," Fist snaps. I've heard my uncle with venom in his tone, but never like this, never laced with such hatred. I don't know what the heck is going to happen, but it's not going to be good. I doubt he's even talked to the girl, and he hates her because of who her father is. That's wrong. It's so fucking wrong.
Chapter 29. Be afraid of the calmest person in the room. The Success Club. Damon. The bastards took their good old time, that's for damn sure. We waited for hours until I decided to just get some damn shut-eye. By the time I walked out of the motel room to grab another cigarette, I saw Chaz and Cobra rolling up. It was still too early to head out, so we grabbed some food and waited a little while longer. When the time came, I escorted the brothers right until we were within a mile of the Demon's clubhouse. I want to make sure no one spotted us or our shit. This would all go up in flames if we weren't careful, which is exactly why we had to be.
Each of us here have a reason to be standing here, wanting to bring misery to the man who's fucked so much of our lives up and the ones we care about. I know why Kat's dads are here, and it's evident why I am, but I'm curious about Zeus's reason. It's not every day that a prez rolls up to the front lines of a battle that isn't even his. He told me why while we were back at the motel. Apparently, Rage had fucked with Zeus's wife and 2 little girls. He didn't tell me what happened, but I could see the hatred and loss he wore on his face. Somehow, I didn't think that any of them lived to see another day. I had us all pull over at an old gas station. It's been abandoned for many years according to the old-time demons, or at least it's what I always heard when I was at the club. There wasn't a better place to hide our bikes, so we pulled around back, hiding them close enough to the club but within plain sight. There isn't any greenery before my eyes, only dirt and sand fill the landscape. There may be a cactus or 2, but we're dead center in the devil's asshole. "What's the plan?" Zeus asks, tugging on his cut, looking around. "We keep the bikes here, cut through the valley and sneak up on them. Don't attract attention. We can do this a couple different ways, going in smooth and quiet, killing a hell of a lot more of them, or guns blazing and probably lose a few of our own in the process." I inform everyone around me. I'm not the man in charge in this situation, but neither is anyone around me. Fist is back home, and we are just sent here to get the job done. He was right in sending who he did, very well knowing that there is no possible way we are going to let Rage or the demons breathe another breath. This means too much to all of us, way too much. "Everyone got a blade?" Dracus asks, looking to each of us. There's one light still buzzing on this building. You'd think that it'd go out after the years, but nope. It has been on for as long as I could remember. "Yeah, we're set. Plus, if anyone needs any extras, just ask me," Cobra snickers, yanking out one of his kukris. He's only a couple years older than me, and I can remember him playing with these things when we were kids. I always wondered why he had such a fascination with them. It's no matter, though. His fascination turned into much more. An advantage. "Insane fucker," Widow grumbles, shaking his head back and forth. I can't disagree with him. Cobra's always been insane, but it works in our favor. He's a dick, too, and that sure as hell doesn't. "Let's get going," Chaz adds, meeting every brother dead in the eye. I nod, agreeing that we should get a move on. It won't take us too long to walk to the clubhouse, but if we take our time and arrive right when we need to, almost everyone will be asleep, giving us our advantage. I lead the brothers through the valley, taking step after cautious step through the desert. It would be just my luck to step on a fucking rattler and get bit. I shake my head, trying not to think of it. The timing wouldn't be any worse than right now, and we've got heads to cut tonight. I glance back, making sure that everyone is within a good distance, and breathe easy when I can make out at least a few of them. It's so damn dark you can't even see your own hand in some spots. The stars give us a little bit of light, but surely not enough of it. "Care to share the layout of this joint?" Tex says. I almost smacked myself. Shit. I knew I was forgetting to do something. "Yeah, there's a main house and then the club. Rage is probably going to be holed upstairs in the club. He hardly ever goes home anymore. Has too many sweet butts to be fucking around with. When we get there, follow my lead. We need to be fast but efficient." My words are followed by a series of grumbled agreements. When we arrive, they do as I ask and follow my lead. Looking in through the front window, I can see a couple of the demons passed out on the fucking couch. Shit. This is going to be a lot easier than I planned. I start to walk toward the back when my shoulder is grabbed from behind. I turn back and can barely make out Bolt's features. "I appreciate that you want this quiet as can be, but it's not happening. While you and Widow were catching up on sleep, the 3 of us managed to get a few things done. Come on, follow me." I do as Bolt asks, following him alongside the rest of the brothers. He takes us back a few 100 feet, and from the corner of my eye I can see a red light flashing. What is that? You may want this to go down with as little fuss as possible, but not us. Rage blew up our entire world, and I plan on doing the exact same thing to his. Bolt muses as I hear a click, watching everything in front of me rise into a hungry inferno. Chapter 30. We just want the world to love the little monsters that we are. Atticus. Damon. My man, shit! We're gonna be great friends. Cobra chuckles to Bolt, watching the blaze spread. Screams fill what was once the silence. A few people run out of the clubhouse. I guess I could call them lucky, but that would be dumb of me, especially seeing how Zeus raises his gun and fires, picking them off one by one. Someone needs to find Rage, and he'd sure as hell better be alive, Dracus snarls to the group of us, running off into the distance. We all split up, going our separate ways. I watch as women stagger out of the flames, looking to us with fear in their eyes. Go, we're not here for you, I tell the whores. That's all they are, women hoping to get a little further in life by being with a demon. They just never figured out that they were going lower on the totem pole, not higher towards some sort of magical life. These women wanted nothing but to be loved, and yet they came to the one place where they couldn't find an ounce of it. Ironic, isn't it? I make my way through the chaos, eyes seeking out one person in particular, only I can't seem to find him. I look left and right, hoping that by some strike of luck he will appear before me. But nothing. I feel a slam between my shoulders, immediately forcing me to turn back abruptly and face whomever it is behind me. I'm ready to slit someone's throat, but it's Widow. Doesn't mean I still don't want to slit his throat. What the fuck, man? Watch it. You can't sneak up on someone like that. I grumble out in annoyance. Yeah, well, while you were looking around the joint like a lost little schoolboy, I managed to off quite a few demons, and I heard Chaz got an eye on Rage. At that, my attention is piqued. He could have started off that way, but Widow has never really been the forthcoming type of guy. He loves to spatter around about the pointless bullshit and then follows up with the need-to-know stuff. Where is he? Out by the shed, Widow mutters, and I know exactly which shed he's talking about. The only shed we have here. The one where we'd go to fuck around with anyone who dared to cross us. The demons had nicknamed it the Butcher Shop, and I'm sure you can figure out why it's named that. I start off in a jog, running straight into mayhem. Bullets are being fired, flames are rising, and throats are being slit, but none of it matters to me, not any of it. The only thing I am concerned about is getting vengeance for Kat, for everything that Rage had done to her. It's not just about her, though. It's about my own guilt for not acting sooner that eats me alive. Knowing that I could have done something to pull her from his grasps, I could have, and I simply didn't. Why, though? I'm unsure. The only thing that I know is that I didn't want to disappoint my father. What a load of shit that is now. I refuse to be anyone's toy ever again. I am not some piece of shit pawn to send out on a wild goose chase. I make my way to the shed, busting open the old wooden doors, and the sight before my eyes only makes me smirk. Rage is hung up on the meat hook, like many traders have been before him. I take a look, seeing the hook pierce between his shoulder blades and come out the other side. The hook maybe has 4 inches of skin between it, and his weight is hanging off it. He grits his teeth, glaring at me as I enter. You fucking piece of shit, Weasel. Should have figured out what you were up to, Trig. I laugh, truly not giving a fuck anymore. I laugh at the way he says my road name. I'm Damon fucking Rains, and I don't need a damn road name. My name is my fucking power, and Rage is going to discover that. Bolt comes up to Rage's side with a cattle prod, and the next thing I know, Rage is thrashing violently in front of me. Did I tell you that you could fucking talk? I glance around the room, taking note of how Tex looks at Rage. It's not the same way that Dracus or Bolt are looking at him. There's something different. Something that I don't know.
Been a long time, hasn't it, Tex? Rage spits out, staring right at him.
I didn't think you could get worse, you know that? I thought it was impossible, but boy, was I wrong to hold such faith.
Tex shakes his head from side to side.
You can't fix the damned, brother,
Rage hisses out to him, tone filled with spite. Tex chuckles at his response. A glare that could kill follows before he charges toward him, yanking his Glock from his holster and pressing it to Rage's temple.
You're right about that. I tried for so damn long to fix you, but I can't fix something that's broken. Never could have. I just should have done this sooner.
Wait, Dracus growls. There is no way you're going to put a bullet through his head. Not after everything he's done to our girls. It's too easy, it's too quick. He deserves to suffer for everything he has done. In that moment, Zeus comes through the door.
Well, I'll be. They weren't lying. Here you are.
Rage snickers, looking around to each and every one of us.
I didn't realize that this was a multi-club affair. What's the problem, Tex? Reaper's too chicken to do this themselves?
Oh no, not at all. You've just pissed off quite a few, and we weren't going to be selfish bastards. Zeus has his bone to pick with you too, and we're all going to get our chance. This is going to be slow, and we'll drag it out for as long as we can.
As long as I had your daughter?
Rage smirks. I can't help it. I race straight for him, grabbing a hammer off the floor and slam him straight in the head, knocking him unconscious. The men who stand alongside me look at me with concern and anger.
Relax, I didn't kill him. I just wanted him to shut the fuck up before I did. We all need a shot at him, remember?
I look to Tex, paraphrasing his exact words. Zeus chuckles.
Shit. Someone get some ice water so I can get started.
Chapter 31. I've tortured and killed many people in my mind. Anonymous. Damon. No part of the night went by quick while we were inside the shed torturing Rage in the most atrocious ways. Brothers were outside slaughtering every demon that didn't get away. We were all sending a message from the Reapers, the Brotherhood, and Sons of Gods. I bet after this storm blew over, every shit-stirring MC who dared to fuck with any of us before is going to think twice about doing it now. As a unified front, we are unstoppable, that's for damn sure. I might as well pray for every person who tries. They're going to need it more than we will. I watched as Zeus poured the water over Rage's head and didn't utter a single word as he grabbed tool after tool that lay around the shed and mutilated Rage, taking his time. My favorite was when he tied a tourniquet around Rage's forearm and grabbed the bone saw, slowly cutting off his limb. Each time he screamed, Dracus smiled. If this was any other man, I may have some shred of sympathy for him, but it's Rage, and he's the last person who deserves any empathy. All of his actions have finally led up into this moment, and he will pay with the ultimate sacrifice: his life. Minute after minute I watched until Dracus, Bolt, and Tex all took their turns. I waited for mine patiently, knowing exactly what I was going to be doing to this damn monster. I'd thought about it many times, thinking about exactly what it is that he deserved. The others were right in warning him that it would be slow, because it would. It will be agonizing, horrific, and there will come a point that he begs for death. Only I won't be the one to grant him that wish. It's 11 in the morning and the sun is blazing down into the desert. After thinking about this many times, I can't wait to actually do it. I lower Rage from the meat hook, watching the blood drip from where his hand once was. He's cut all over his body,
his face already turning black and blue from the beatings that everyone took out on him from the night before. I drag him out through the doors of the shed and into the heat, right into the spot that I had dug up just for him. With the help of Dracus, we toss Rage into the hole, deep enough to where his head will stick out. I have an even better idea now, though. I grab the shovel next to the hole and begin filling it while Dracus makes sure that Rage doesn't move. "What the fuck are you doing now?" he snaps out, trying to move. But the binds that Tex put on him earlier are too tight for him to move hardly an inch. I take a hold onto Rage's amputated arm and make sure it's out of the hole. Him losing his hand wasn't part of my plan before, but now I'm getting ideas. I can work with this. A few minutes later, Rage is packed into the dirt like a sardine, unable to move even if he tried. Only his head sticks out, and his nub where his hand once was before. You're going to burn, Rage. Bit by bit, the sun will take you. I have a feeling you're not going to enjoy what I have in store for you, especially in a few hours. I taunt, and he won't enjoy it. He doesn't even know the half of the madness that will be coming his way. His amputation changes things. They're better for me now. I can give him so much more pain, the pain that he deserves. He looks to be passing out, Chaz tells me, sitting on a lawn chair that he found around back. I glance over and see that his assessment is right. Rage looks to be passing out. It's no matter. I'd sent Dracus into town to pick up some things for me, and he'd brought them back not too long ago. I grab the grocery bag and walk over, opening the package of salt and pour it right over his wound. If blood loss didn't kill him, the sun sure as fuck would. I don't plan on giving this asshole a drop of water. "Fuck!" he snarls, glaring up at me. It's interesting. You'd think that after going through so much that he would begin to beg for his life, but he hasn't. Instead, he's accepted everything that's happened to him, just muttering out curses in the process. Even after all of my thoughts of how this day would go, there is never enough that any of us could do that would make up for the things that he has done. There is no amount of pain that we can inflict upon him that would somehow void it all. Damn it to hell, I just wish there was. No matter, I can wish a lot of things and it won't change the reality that we've been faced with. Save your energy, old man. You're going to need it. I grab the next item from my bag, revealing a jar of honey, and watch as I turn over the sticky substance, drizzling it over Rage. I start at his nub, pouring it over the salt, then venture over to his face and his hair. I want to make sure that he is completely covered but can still breathe. I want this bastard to squirm. Dracus not only grabbed me items from the grocery store, but he went to the live pet store as well and fetched me some mice. I take the small box that they're in from the bag and grab them one by one, placing them in the honey, making sure that they're nice and stuck. That's when I get the big guns, the creatures that I know will cause extreme pain to him. The deadliest scorpion in all of Nevada, the bark scorpion. I had him go from store to store purchasing 50 of these guys. I grabbed the other box, opening it and pouring them all over Rage's nub and head. They fall onto the mice and into the honey, and for the ones who don't land in anything sticky, they are circling Rage, exactly as I hoped they would have. The thing about scorpions is that they don't sting unless they feel threatened, and the plan was for them to feel threatened by him. Mission accomplished. I watch as scorpion after scorpion stings him on his forehead, nose, lip, the top of his neck where the dirt just isn't quite covering him. I can't help but smile, knowing how badly the stings are from my own personal experience. Rage made it an initiation that all demons must be stung by a bark scorpion before we could even prospect. I wonder just how many prospects were stung by these fuckers. Rage had always smiled when they were stung,
But he isn't smiling now. Bastard probably never experienced the sting for himself, instead reveling in the pain and misery of others, as he did throughout his entire life. I could watch this happen for days. In fact, I just might.
Chapter 32. I love you past the moon and miss you beyond the stars. J.M. Storm. Cat. Hey, baby. Damon's voice is music to my ears, even if it's over the stupid cell phone. I've missed him so much, and he's only been gone a couple of days. I just want him to be home, with me. I miss you, I whisper into the receiver, hoping that he understands just how hard it is to be without him. Everything has gone batshit crazy here, and I'm trying to keep my shit together, and you're not here for me to vent to, and I'm sorry, but you're such an ass for leaving me to deal with all of this on my own. Well, someone has turned into a needy little girl while I've been away. Yeah, which is exactly why you shouldn't do it ever again. I'm not gonna, baby, I promise. I told you, this time is the only time I won't be beside you. I meant it. I'm not gonna leave you alone again. I just had to this time, and I know you understand that. I nod, even though he can't see me. How's it going up there? Damon asks, and I sigh. It's a shit show, Damon. My uncle is mad at Cade for being in love with the daughter of the enemy, and it feels like some next-level Romeo and Juliet shit. The bears vanished like the cowards they are, and we don't know where they are or what they're doing. We offed the remainder that didn't flee with their prez, but we haven't heard anything. I'm not even sure if we're at war or not anymore. Everything is so weird now. None of it makes sense. Of course we're still at war, Cat. We've just won the battle, while the bears have run off to save their asses, prepping for the next time we decide to face off. I'm sure Fist isn't liking that, though. No, he's in an extremely bad mood. Damon, she was cut up into bits, awful things written all over her body with a blade. I haven't talked to her, but I'm pretty sure that her father did that to her. And my uncle thinks that she's some traitor. No one in their right mind would still be loyal, regardless if they're family or not, especially after what she's endured, I tell him, shaking my head at the thought, trying to hold back the tears welling behind my eyes. I understand my fair share of pain, and I may be the only one who can even attempt to comprehend the horrors that Ivy has been through. Rage is going to die today. I almost cough when he tells me, unsure if I heard him correctly. All of us have been getting our vengeance, Cat. Me, your dad's, Zeus. Each and every one of us. It's been slow and agonizing, but I think it's time to end his miserable life. Why are you even allowing him to share the same air as you? Why did any of you give him the luxury of experiencing your hatred, the anger that you all have bottled up because of him? Don't you understand that it fuels him, that it eggs him on? I snap, angrier than I thought I'd be. I understand the need for them to get out their anger, but it was selfish of them. Rage deserves to die, and there is absolutely no doubt about that. But what he doesn't deserve is to have the privilege of taking another breath. Damn it, if I was there, I would love to be the one to take that very thing from him, to watch as his life abruptly came to an end. Do me a favor, make sure he fucking dies, then get your ass back home. I hang up the phone, rolling my eyes while my heart beats at 1,000,000 miles a minute. Maybe when Rage is finally dead, I will find peace. I crave it so badly.
Chapter 33. If the hurt comes, so will the happiness. Be patient. Milk and honey. Damon. I stare out onto the ground where Rage lay buried, still shocked that he's even breathing. He won't be for too much longer, that I can promise him. Cat wants him to die, so he will,
Honestly, I never really thought that he'd be fired up by the things we had done to him, but Kat is right. I don't know how I didn't see it, and I should have. I should understand how he operates more than anyone, after the years I had spent here studying him like some science project. Kat wants us back home, I tell Dracus, feeling his presence coming up beside me. He brings a cigarette to his lips and inhales, nodding once. I can imagine she does, especially after everything they've been dealing with while we've been away. Spoke to Fist earlier, he mutters, keeping his eyes set on Rage. The hope was that we'd at least nix one of the wars, and I think we're doing that. The only thing standing in our way from that objective is that man right there. All we have to do is kill him, and all of this with the demons is going to be over and done with. It's never that easy, I inform him, because it never is. Nothing in life is ever that simple. War will not die with this one man, no matter how hard we aim for it. There will always be someone who decides to rise up in the hopes of gaining revenge for the actions of others. I can tell you one thing, though. Whomever decides to stand against us will get picked off one by one like the vermin that they are. Sure it is, Chaz chuckles, grabbing his knife from the pocket of his jeans as he approaches Rage, who maniacally laughs at him. He's going to kill you for everything you've done. All of you. Don't know who he is, and I don't really give a fuck. Only thing I'm concerned about is getting back home and getting my dick wet. He takes the blade and slices Rage's neck. Blood pours down his neck, and I watch as his vein pulses even more blood onto the dirt. Dracus turns from beside me and walks off. I'm stuck here shaking my head, wishing that I was the one to take Rage's life. I guess it didn't matter much, though. Either way, he was going to die, and it might not have been by my hand. We were lucky enough to be able to do whatever we wished upon him, and he suffered in the process. I just know that there's no way he suffered as much as Kat or anyone else who was in his grasps did. That is my only regret, not making him suffer enough. Well, now that the nuisance is handled, let's get a move on and get our asses home, Chaz shouts. I couldn't agree more. There's this girl I need to wrap my arms around, and I just happen to miss her more than anything. Not likely. Prez wants us to stay here, Cobra pipes up, now standing where Dracus was a minute ago. Why? I ask, curious. He's your dad, why don't you ask him? I'm not his keeper, but apparently Fist and him both want us to stay. He's right. Just got off the phone with Fist, Tex adds. I turn around, not noticing that anyone else was standing behind us. Well, while you all deal with whatever the fuck Roman and Fist have decided, me and the boys are on our way back to Birmingham. I'm sure we'll see you again. Just hope it's not soon. Usually, whenever we meet up, it means trouble is headed our way, Zeus says to the group of us. We say our goodbyes and watch as the sons of gods leave us. As you were saying, I muttered to Tex, wanting to know what's going on. More of the Brotherhood is on the way. Widow, Chaz, and Cobra are to stay here until a few of their brothers arrive. I'm sure Fist was gonna talk to you about this, but you're going to need to be back here too. As far as I know, Booger, Hawk, and Dixon are coming back with you. I don't understand. What the fuck is happening? Change. Tex responds lowly. He takes a look around the area before he begins speaking again. In this spot, there's been nothing but turmoil. This club, shit. I can't tell you of the things I've seen happen here, of what I've witnessed that bastard do. He points over to where Rage's lifeless body lay, roasting out in the sun. I didn't know that Tex had been here before. I'm sure I'll find out more about that later. The demons may have lived here, but now the Reapers and Brotherhood are claiming it. We're expanding, and this will be our joint clubhouse. Our alliance is growing, it seems. I don't know the logistics, but Fist wants you here, and so does your father.
Tex says it with haste. Something is obviously bugging him, and I'm not the beat-around-the-bush type. What's bugging you? Tex shuts his eyes firmly before looking back at me. We just got our daughter back, and I know the second that she finds out you're coming back here, she's going to follow you. We just got her back, and we're going to lose her again. None of us are ready for it, not yet. You will never lose her. Not ever, I tell him, then look to Dracus and Bolt. I don't even know that she will want to come back here of all places. The thought of being here may be a nightmare for her. No, she will find the silver lining in it as she does everything else, Bolt adds, and I take in a sharp breath, realizing that he's right. Kat will come here with me, and the second she does, her family will be grieving her loss yet again, but for different reasons. We should get a move on then. I'm sure your woman wants you three home too, I mutter, glancing back to Cobra, Widow, and Chaz as I walk towards my bike. It seems that I'll be seeing them in about a week, and who knows what will unfold when that happens. I thought that life would be so much simpler in Montana, but here I am, with life throwing me a huge curveball and bringing me back to the one place I had hated all these years.
Chapter 34. He kissed her like her lips were air and he couldn't breathe. Anonymous. Cat. Each day that passed became more torturous, knowing that they were on their way home, watching the time creep by. That's all I could do, just watch the clock. Not because I didn't have anything else that I could be doing, but because I was being babysat along with Ashley and Camilla. Apparently, what we did the other day didn't sit too well with my uncle, so Booger is our babysitter, and we aren't allowed to do anything without him being in the room, and I mean anything. Shoot. If I had only recorded the way he tried to bust his way into the bathroom with Camilla, he was just doing his job, but I thought that she was going to kill him. Now he just sends two of us in together and waits outside the door like an overprotective father. I can't believe Rob has me in this prison with the two of you. He should know better. It's not like I'm going to do anything. Says the girl who led the charge into the Bears' clubhouse, I point out, getting a nasty, scrunched-up expression back from her. You didn't have to point that out, Captain Obvious. It's kind of my thing, I retort. Being a bitch most certainly is, Ashley grumbles. No, it's Boog's thing. Only a little bitch would scamper around like a puppy, Camilla seethes, glaring at him. I can't hide the smirk that spreads across my face. She has the hots for him, but when she's mad, she becomes livid. I do find it a bit interesting that Boog is the one watching us, when my uncle wants him to stay as far from Cam as possible. The whole Ivy thing probably made him forget about his distrust of Boog around Camilla. What does he know? My uncle asks, as he walks in the clubhouse with a few men, one of them who I've never seen before, but I swear he looks like a certain someone. Almost just like him, if you ask me. He heads in the direction of the table where he always sits. I take an interest to his conversation, eavesdropping as best as I can, while still trying to give the impression I'm listening to whatever it is that Camilla is yapping about. He knows enough, as long as Widow didn't blow up what I have planned, the bigger man comments. He has dark gray hair that goes down his back with bits of black. I'm assuming that this is Damon's father, but until someone tells me, I don't really know. You should know your man well enough. Would he tell Damon everything we have planned? I hear the hiss in my uncle's voice as he emphasizes we. It appears that he doesn't like how the other guy is taking all the credit. Widow wouldn't. Others may, but not Widow. He doesn't know enough to tell him anyway. I made damn sure of that when I kept the important details to myself. All he should know is that he's needed back at that skeleton of what's left of the Demon's clubhouse, by your request, of course. Of course, my uncle agrees. You just have to think all of my ideas are yours, don't you? You just want the damn credit. You know me better than that. Of course I do. The other man cackles in response, and my uncle breaks into a bout of laughter with him. How did Amara take it? Exactly how I thought she would. She is excited, thrilled actually, and I couldn't be prouder. I know she'll do a damn good job and keep the bastards in line. They've never had a female prez before. How do you know they'll accept her? She's not only my daughter, which tells them that they'd better accept her. Amara is a strong woman in her own right. Her strength doesn't compare to anyone else. Quinn isn't even as ruthless as Amara is. She may have her mother's good looks, but does she have my strong hand, or what? Yup, this is Damon's father. The way he talks of Amara is proof of that. Female prez. Where on earth is she going to be? You might as well pull up a seat, Cat. Your eavesdropping is obvious, Uncle Fist says to me, causing me to jump in my seat. Camilla giggles softly across from me, and I feel my embarrassment coming over me. I thought I was always good at it, but maybe not. Maybe I always sucked, or maybe Rage just never paid any attention to what I was doing. He's always been a bloodhound with that crap, Ashley mutters lowly. I hear the rumbling of bikes coming our way before getting louder and louder, ultimately stopping. This is nothing out of the ordinary, brothers constantly coming and going through the club. I don't know why I decide to turn my head back and look at the door, but the second I see the man who walks through, I can't help but smile like a kid on Christmas morning. I jump off my bar stool and rush straight into his arms. Fuck, I've missed him so damn much. As I look over his features, assessing any damage, and there is none, tears well in my eyes. When I look at this man, I don't see the pain that haunts both of our pasts, or how the past seemed to repeat itself with both myself and my mother. I look at Damon, and all I see is one thing: my future.
Chapter 35. Being positive in a negative situation is not naive. It's leadership. Anonymous. Damon. There's some kind of meeting going on here or some shit? I ask, looking over to my father, who sits across from Fist with a devious smirk plastered across his face. Just discussing business. The future of both clubs, to be exact. Business, my ass. Tex, Dracus, and Bolt all pile in through the door behind me, offering a quick hug and kisses on the cheek to Kat before they walk back through the door, looking for Roxy and their other daughters, no doubt. Care to elaborate? You know that Roman wanted a few of his men to stay behind at the Old Demon's clubhouse, and that he was sending a few additional brothers to the same spot. What you don't know is why. Fist muses, giving a few moments of silence for good measure. We have discussed having a joint charter, and decided that Las Vegas would be the perfect location for the Reapers and the Brotherhood to expand. The thing is, we do not have the numbers to send our best men, and we sure as hell are not going to man a charter with fresh meat. So, we came together and figured out that if we send a few from the Brotherhood and a few from the Reapers, we'd have the perfect mixture. I nod, awaiting more information. But when it doesn't come, I am forced to ask the question. I was told you wanted me back in Vegas, I say to Fist. That would be correct, Fist confirms. I need someone to represent the Reapers who understands the Brotherhood and the best interests for the Reapers. You were in Vegas for a few years and have the knowledge of what is going on around that way. I know a bit, but not enough. Vegas is your neck of the woods, Damon. I need you to represent me by being a charter prez for the Reapers Clubhouse. What the fuck? This can't be happening. What? Kat whispers, looking quickly from Fist and back to me.
You won't be the only prez at the clubhouse, though, Damon, and you need to understand that. Your father has also chosen a prez for his MC, one he knows very well. Ashton, I say, completely confident in his choice. My brother is a great man, and will be a knowledgeable leader.
No! Me, silly! Amara chimes up, appearing out of thin air. She's always been so good at doing that. I still don't know how she does it. I laugh to myself, wondering if she's transformed from being a fly on the wall into a human. It would explain why she pesters everyone. You chose Amara? I laugh harshly, looking to my father. He doesn't say a damn thing, but concretely glares at me. You chose a pregnant girl to be the prez, I state, noticing how my father's eyes grow wide. Whoa! 1, that is very sexist of you. 2, I am not pregnant, Amara snaps. She walks over to me, grabbing me by the ear and pulls me toward her. I don't know what he told you, but he knows nothing. Forget whatever it is he said. I doubt he's very reliable in the first place. There's something in her voice. I can't put my finger on whether it's pain, hurt, or disappointment. Considering who she's dating, it might be all three. I don't want to live in that clubhouse. Not again, Kat says, looking to Fist and then to my father. It'd be a little hard to do that, baby. One of your dads blew the clubhouse to bits. The only building that still stands is the butcher's shed, I tell her. Kat surprises me with a small smile. Where will we live then? Roman and I have already arranged for some trailers to be dropped off on the property. They should be arriving over the next couple days. Each prez will have a trailer to themselves, and there will be 4 more that the brothers will have to split rooms between. Once your charters accept prospects, we'll get your housing situation a little more solid, Fist comments. Does anyone want to fill us in on what happened? Roman asks. Bolt blew up the clubhouse. With the help of Zeus, we offed many of the demons. I'm sure that a few got away, but I'm betting that they'll find a hole to go crawl into. Rage is dead, but it didn't happen quick. We all took our time with him, and just before we left, Chaz slit his throat. I summarized the events, only wanting to get into bed with my girl and hold her close against me. Being away from her is torture, and I don't ever want to do it again. Good work, Fist mutters. Now go rest. You need to head back to Vegas in a couple of days. I nod, taking Kat's hand in my own, and lead her to our room in the basement of Fist's house. Neither of us uttered a word as we walked, both too caught up in being in one another's company after days apart. It just made me realize how I don't ever want to be apart from her again. And I won't. Kat, I say, turning towards her as we approach Fist's house. The grass is tall and the sun is beginning to set, giving us an orange-purple haze over the land before us. Yeah? I want you. Good, 'cause you're stuck with me, she replies, that soft smirk drawn across her face. No, you're not understanding me. I inform her, trying to think of the ways to say what I'm feeling right now, right in this damned moment. I've never been one for words, though. I take her by the neck, cupping my hands around her face, looking into the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen in my entire life. I want to spend every day I have left on this shitty planet with you. I don't want to ever spend a night without you. I want you in my bed, on my lap, and beside me. Fuck. I want everything with you. I want the dog. I want the 2.5 kids. I want you to be my old lady, and I don't want you to say no. Okay. On one condition, she says, tears spilling from her eyelids. Anything for you, baby. Anything. I'm more of a cat person, and I'm allergic to dogs. I laugh, slamming my lips down onto hers and bring her into my arms. Yes, this is the woman I'm going to marry, the one who will give me my children, and the one that I'm going to buy a fucking kitten for. Damn straight. She's my entire world. Epilogue.
You're afraid to let yourself be happy because you know that it never lasts. J.B. Boss. Your dad's here. I laugh to myself as soon as Chuckles tells me. This has to be a joke. He decides after years to suddenly come visit me in New York. All my father has ever been is a sperm donor, a one-night stand that my mom had way back when, resulting in me. My grandfather used to say I was the only good thing that happened in his life. When my mother disappointed him, I somehow made up for that. In my grandfather's mind, my mother became a club whore the moment she slept with my father. I guess it's a good thing my grandfather died before I started fucking around. If my mother was a club whore, who knows what he would have called me. I make my way out of the small room I call an office. It's the only area that I can find an ounce of peace in this chaotic place. Half the time I just sit and spend my days in here when nothing detrimental is going on around the club. It's relaxing, and I manage to pass the time. I see brother and sister scattered across the club. Every bar stool and couch are filled. There are even a few on the ground with women in their laps. Laughter, moans, and jabs are what fill my ears. We may be a tad fucked up, but we've always been a family. Even when tragedy struck, we still somehow managed to keep ourselves glued together. It was hard, especially when Veronica killed herself. Chuckles didn't want to believe she did it, and instead blamed one of our old brothers, Slash. It wasn't his fault, and the man even blamed himself. I'm sure he still does to this day, but he isn't our problem anymore. He's with the Skulls Renegade, or was. I haven't cared enough to keep tabs the last few months. I've had my own shit going on up here. After all, we're smack dab in the middle of Queens. We're bound to have our fair share of trouble. Where the fuck is he? I call out to Chuckles, scanning the clubhouse, looking for him. Fuck. I can't find the old bastard now. With how big the fucker is, you'd think that I couldn't lose him, but nope. He's very good at disappearing when he feels like it. I go through the club, opening door after door, thinking that eventually I'll find my dad. I sigh after going through the entire clubhouse and coming up empty-handed. That's when I decide to go out into the garage. And there he is, standing at the opening smoking a cigarette. You look like shit, I tell him, taking my own cigarette from the back of my jeans. I could say the same about you, but you're my kid and it's probably a shit thing to do, he comments, looking out onto the street. You excel at doing shit things, I remind him. Plus, I never look like shit. Thankfully, I look like Mom. Yeah, Filipino don't crack, he chuckles. No, Dad, it's black don't crack. I shake my head, biting the corner of my lip so he doesn't see that he almost made me laugh. I'm surprised you said it right, though. Of course I'm going to say it right. I'm not going to insult my family. Yeah, you are. You fucking love to do that. He chuckles in response, and I really take a good look over at him. Why did you come here? Why now? I have to know. It's not like him to call, text, and least of all to just show up in New York. Not when he lives so far away. Karma started to come after me, kid. All the bad things I did have finally started to catch up with me. I could say something smart in response, but kicking a horse when he's down isn't really my style. They don't call me Rage for no reason. I stand there in silence, bringing my cigarette to my lips and take a drag. He's half answering me, but I should have expected that from him. Your uncle is dead. Who killed him? Reapers and Brotherhood. It looks like the Sons had a hand in it too, he comments, and I stare at him. He knows so much more than he's letting on. They wanted you, didn't they? He turns his face towards me and gives me a blank stare. That's my answer. They were trying to kill my dad and got my uncle instead. He wouldn't have told them who he was. You and I both know that, I mutter. Knowing you, you're going to strike back. Take your time before you do it. They all think you're dead right now. You should be using that to your advantage. Don't be an idiot and actually get yourself killed. Keep saying shit like that to me and I'm gonna think you actually give a damn. Maybe I do. Guess I'm just gonna have to leave you wondering. He mumbles something lowly before speaking up. Mind if I crash here in the meantime? My home is your home. I've always told you that. It's true, I had. No matter what kind of devil he is, or demon in this case, he is still my father. He's still the only living family I have left, and I'll be here for him if I can.
This concludes Here Kitty Kitty by Elizabeth Knox, narrated by Gillian Macy and Aidan Snow. Copyright 2018 by Elizabeth Knox. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Elizabeth Knox, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.